Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody has had a great day and a great rest of your weekend. Happy Monday. We are back. And apparently, today's kind of a big news day. I was actually really surprised. There's quite a bit to get through, and I think it might have something to do with the fact that this is the start of the Summer Games Fest season. So like tomorrow, we've got the Sony State of Play. And then on Sunday is the new Xbox showcase. So we'll be watching that next Monday. And then like there's a bunch of different ones that are kind of like spread all the way through up until Summer Games Fest, which I believe is in July. So I think that's probably why there's quite a few. So we are going to be getting into that. But before we do, how you doing, Sober? How are the things? Fable should be on one of these. Well, we got some bad news. As of last week, it was announced that Fable has been pushed back until February of next year. And they say, I can't really blame them. It's just the way that it came out. It felt like they were trying to please everybody, and I don't think anybody is pleased about it. So, like, for instance, if they had come out and said, listen, we don't really want to try and, shoehorn it in somewhere either before or after the release of GTA 6 because we really like this game and it's gonna crush it, like GTA 6 will crush us. I think it would have been received a hell of a lot better. But basically they went, well, we want this game to have its moment in the sun. Fair enough. And they should have just stopped there. But then the problem is that they're releasing, literally in the rest of the year, Gears of War E-Day, Halo remakes, and Modern Warfare 4, which are all competing with each other and each successive one is going to curb stomp the one previous. So they care about Fable, but they don't care about Halo? Or they don't care about Gears of War? You know what I mean? I'm not too bad, thanks for asking. I forgot to eat again, though. Oh, you should really eat. Also, yeah, so what's going on with the convoy thing? So you said a little bit. So this thing with the civvies, are they looking for all hands on deck to get like aid packages set up, or all hands on deck like they need more people to go with them? Both. Oh, interesting. So are you planning on going, or? I mean, yeah, that's a huge thing. You know what I mean? It's a huge thing either way. So hopefully it all ends up working out for you. All right, we got Lo-Fi Girl on. We might as well get into the news, right? We might as well. Because we got a lot of stuff that we got to get through before we get to, well, literally anything. Ooh. Bethesda game is permanently shutting down this month. June is set to be a sad month for Bethesda fans as it marks the final few weeks of The Elder Scrolls Blades life. Back at the end of March, Bethesda confirmed that The Elder Scrolls Blades would be shut down on June 30th, with online access to the game being pulled completely. The game has already been delisted from storefronts, but will continue to be playable until the June 30th shutdown date. For nearly 6 years, Blades has offered fans of Bethesda's fantasy RPG series a mobile alternative to core games. Blades was released in 2020 for Android, iOS, and Nintendo Switch, and features first-person dungeon crawling gameplay and a story following the titular Blades faction. With Elder Scrolls 6 leaked to be coming in 2028 or 29, the loss of another Elder Scrolls experience in the meantime is a rough blow for the franchise. So they're a nonprofit civil organization who gathers aid for Ukraine and then drives it out themselves. They have a list of urgent items needed for the front line. I'll be putting together a large donation package and delivering it to the city. I will then offer myself as an extra hand for the dispatch and distribution on the front line. That's actually really, really huge, dude. That's awesome. Seriously. Yeah, that's huge. If that does happen, are there certain dates and times that you go out? I don't know how any of that works, but that is a huge thing. An in-game announcement notified the players that Blades would be permanently shutting down on June 30th. The game was subsequently delisted from storefronts in anticipation of the shutdown, but the players who had downloaded the game could still access it until the shutdown date. In an effort to give Blades players access to everything the game had to offer, Bethesda made all the items in the in-game store available for only 1 gem or 1 sigil each during this time. Also, Corgi, what's going on, buddy? Despite receiving middling review scores when it launched back in 2020, The Elder Scrolls Blades represented one of Bethesda's major forays into the mobile gaming space. Another Elder Scrolls mobile game, the collectible card battler Legends, was officially shut down in January of last year after 6 years of service. Similar to Blades, after June 30th, the only remaining mobile game will be Castles, a construction and management simulator where players must build and maintain their castle to grow their kingdom. Given the ultimate fate of Legends and now Blades, the future may look uncertain for Castles as well. However, Bethesda has other mobile titles still going strong, such as Fallout Shelter, with its 230 million downloads and recent boom in popularity thanks to the Amazon Prime series. Other currently available mobile apps published by Bethesda include the Starfield Chronomark Watch, as well as ports of the original Doom and Doom 2 games. The shutdown of Blades couldn't come at a worse time for Elder Scrolls fans. 6 is still years away with very little information officially confirmed so far, and while fans may have received the Oblivion remaster last year, support for Remastered has all but disappeared in the year since. Now, with Blades counting down the final 30 days of its life, the pool of Elder Scrolls experiences available to players is shrinking ahead of the next mainline entry. I can understand why people are a little bit worried. I can understand why people are sad. But I mean, what do you guys think? Honestly, this kind of happens all the time. You know? Feeling a bit better? Good. Glad to hear it. But yeah, this stuff kind of happens all the time, right? That's kind of one of the things we just have to deal with. You know what I mean? Listen, people, it doesn't matter what franchise it is. If it's a long-lasting franchise, people go, hey, you should check this game out. And then a bunch of people check the game out, and it gets popular for a little while, or a new update comes out, and it gets popular for a little while, and then after a little bit it wanes. And that's okay. It's a cyclical thing, right? It comes in waves, it comes in cycles, it's fine. We lose studios a lot. It's sad, but one door closes, another opens, right? Well, I think that is a big thing, yes. I think that's definitely a big thing. I think Bethesda game, I think anybody who's working at Bethesda game on these mobile games are probably going to land on their feet. And I'm not saying that because it's just Bethesda or anything like that, but I mean, mobile devs are literally, you can throw a rock in any direction and you'll find a mobile dev. Like, everybody forgets that literally the most successful video game console of all time, bar none, and even when it comes to second place, it's not even remotely close to first place. But the most successful one of all time is quite literally the mobile phone. So I don't think the mobile devs are gonna have any problem. Maybe more of a liability than a help to them, we'll see. The package of supplies goes regardless. Yeah. I hear you, and that's a huge thing, by the way. That's a really, really huge thing that you're doing. Massive thing. So good on you. All right. Next up. Trying to do your bit? I hear you, dude. Witcher devs' mysterious new game with Scopely is not releasing soon, but things are happening. The Witcher developer CDPR is collaborating with game developer Scopely for a new mobile game, but it's not releasing soon. During CDPR's latest earnings briefing, joint CEO Nowakowski was asked for an update on how the Mysterious Project, which is a game based on a CD Projekt franchise, is coming together. The executive said the game is definitely not coming out this year. Nowakowski said the nature of the game development is ongoing iteration, and this takes time. Quote, "We've been previously suggesting that this would take some time. Scopely and their team are very iterative, and they work very fast and very hard, but it's more about iteration and reaching a certain level of satisfaction that is felt on both sides, them and us, so things are happening, but once again, it's definitely not a story for 2026. They announced its partnership with Scopely in March of last year, saying at the time that the game was based on one of CDPR's franchises. This came after CDPR said it was considering a cyberpunk mobile game. Saudi Arabia's Savvy Games bought Scopely in 2023 for almost $5 billion. That is the number 8 biggest gaming acquisition of all time. Scopely is one of the biggest mobile game companies on the planet. The company reached a new stratosphere of success with Monopoly Go. Scopely also now owns Pokemon Go. In 2024, CDPR said it was considering the possibility of making The Witcher and/or Cyberpunk mobile games. The company does have experience with the mobile market, as Gwent, the Witcher card game, received mobile ports, though support for the title ended in October of 2023. Another Witcher mobile game, the Pokemon Go-inspired The Witcher Monster Slayer, released in 2021, but shut down nearly 2 years later in 2023. So, there is still another project that is being worked on when it comes to CDPR that has seemingly nothing to do with Witcher 4 or anything like that, so that's not a terrible thing, right? They're keeping busy, they're just not telling us what it is. I trust CD Projekt Red, but I'll get excited when I see something I can be excited about, if that makes sense. Absolutely it does. 100% it makes sense. And I agree with you. And I think that's what they're also trying to do, is they're trying to manage expectations. I think that's a big thing that they're trying to do. They're not trying to get anybody hyped up for it, because there's nothing to be hyped up for at the moment. Itsy, how you doing? Got a trip in the works myself. Headed with a friend to north of London to watch Arsenal and Tottenham. Plus, he has family there, so it should be fun. Hell yeah. This age of AI headlines, also I tend to reserve my hype for certainties. Totally fair, and it makes sense. 100% that makes sense. How you doing, Itzy? How are the things? I'm great. Currently partaking in a social tonic. Ooh. I like the sound of a social tonic. That sounds really good. Holy crap. Oh. Hang on 1 second. There we go. I dropped a thing. I dropped it, actually, believe it or not. I dropped my PS5 controller. So I was like trying to fish it out from under my desk. And yeah, I'm okay. I am okay. Kind of been a day. You know? Kind of been a day. So I'm doing, but we're getting there. We is getting there, you know? Next up, like I said, the why day? Well, so this weekend was rough. There were a bunch of things that I kind of had to do. Friday night into Saturday was very sleepless. And Saturday was fun. Had a blast on Saturday with you guys, Saturday night, you know, for the stream. After stream, it was another sleepless night. Was up in the morning, couldn't sleep. It was just one of those, you know how like you have those days where you just can't? It was that all weekend. So I was up all morning, tried to take another nap, didn't work. Had to do a couple of things, so I did those. Tried to take another nap, only got an hour in, and then I ended up having to talk to somebody for over like an hour and a half about a couple of things. Then I tried to get another nap, got only another hour, and then I had to go run around and do a couple more things and was basically up till about midnight last night before like my body finally just gave out. So that was this weekend, and then there was some sad news. My uncle had a dog, little thing, and Friday she wasn't feeling so good or anything like that, and unfortunately we wanted to get her into the vet, but the vets are closed on the weekends here, and the only place we could go would be an emergency vet, which is like a 2-hour drive, and it would cost at least $1,000 to even have them looked at. So he took care of her and was trying to get her, you know, to do stuff, and she didn't want to eat, and she started, you know, she kept drinking, but it was less and less every day and so on. And then, yeah, long story short, they wanted to get her to the vets today, and unfortunately, she never even got to the car, let alone over to the vet. So, yeah. Yeah, it was one of those things. Yeah, like, this is gonna sound mean, and I don't mean it to, but, like, I feel worse for him. Like, it sucks. You know, an animal is gone. It was a loved animal. I get it, but I feel worse for him than anything else. You know what I mean? Like, understandably, because it was his dog, he's heartbroken. So it's just kind of been one of those, like, you have that, like, that gloom overhead kind of day, you know? You know, but I mean, these things happen. Sadly, it is what it is. It's part of life. But yeah, so that was kind of my weekend, and then today, and it was just like, yeah, like it was one of those deals where it was like Friday night into Saturday, I was tired, but at least I got like some sort of nap before stream, and then after stream, it was just like the day never finished until midnight this morning. And then I was like, okay, today's a good, it's going to be a good day. I'm going to go and I'm going to get some sleep and everything. And then I woke up and it just felt like a continuation of the weekend because, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to do what I can and, either help if I need to or stay out of the way and so on. And it's, it kind of felt like 3 days where everything's been smushed into one long ass day. We had a death ourselves recently, lost our 12-year-old parakeet. I'm sorry, man. That's not fun. That sucks. So yeah, it was one of those days, but I'm okay. I'm getting through. I feel bad for him, and it's, it was his best friend. It was his little buddy. So I get it. We've all been there. But there is a lot of news. And trust me, we're getting to the good stuff. Trust me, we are. It was about a week ago. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I know that's rough. So next up, CD Projekt begins most intensive phase of Witcher 4 and expands team to over 500 devs. CDPR has begun the most intensive phase of The Witcher 4's development, expanding its team to 513 developers. During a Q&A shared after its financial results, Nowakowski reaffirmed the company's plan to release 3 new Witcher games over 6 years, beginning with Witcher 4. He stated that the new trilogy will most likely not release expansions, as The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt indicating a focus on core game releases instead of extensive post-launch content. Witcher 3 previously received 2 expansions, Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine. CDPR recently announced a 3rd expansion, Songs of the Past, co-developed with Fool's Theory. Nowakowski confirmed this expansion will not be available on last-gen consoles. The expansion was originally planned for a 2026 launch, but the release was moved to next year, quote, to achieve the best possible result from the consumer standpoint. First and foremost, we really want to deliver a great experience to fans, a really cool expansion that's going to make people happy to come back to the Witcher 3 setting, he explained. Indirectly, it is in a way a reminder, a prologue, not in a verbatim way, but a prologue to the actual Witcher 4, and you can look at it as a way to maintain certain chatter around The Witcher 3. But all of those are side effects, while the core thing from our perspective is delivering a high-quality experience to the existing fans of The Witcher. He continued, I would say it's closer to Blood and Wine, but this is super subjective, it depends on your playthrough. But we're definitely making a proper big expansion, that's the message I would send out. In the first quarter of this year, CDPR reported a 6% increase in overall revenue to $52.5 million, with Witcher IP revenue rising 36% to $12.2 million. Witcher 3, released in 2015, has surpassed 65 million cumulative sales. Not bad. So, are you guys ready for some interesting stuff? Now that we've gotten through all the CDPR stuff, You still need to finish Witcher 3? Me too, actually. Me too. How interesting? Itzy, I'm glad you asked. Baldur's Gate 2 is reportedly getting a remake, and Wizards of the Coast likely isn't stopping there either. I'd say that one's pretty interesting. Baldur's Gate 2 remake is reportedly in the works, with one former lead returning to the dev team. That's according to PC Gamer, who reports that according to an anonymous source, original Baldur's Gate 2 lead designer Kevin Martins is working on the remake now. PCG notes that Martins had already been working with Wizards of the Coast recently, thanks to contributions on Archetype Entertainment's upcoming sci-fi RPG Exodus, which Wizards of the Coast is publishing. While Baldur's Gate 2 is in the RPG at the heart of this rumor, it's claimed that Baldur's Gate 1 is also likely to be getting its own remake, which makes an awful lot of sense when you consider that, well, 2 is a direct sequel, with its plot continuing straight from the first. Hell, in the original RPGs, you can even import your character to pick things up right where you left off. With that in mind, it'd be a slightly strange decision to launch a remake of the second game first. And then there's more Baldur's Gate news. But we'll get to that in a second. Of course, both Baldur's Gate and 2 have been given remasters before, now in the form of their respective enhanced editions, so it wouldn't be the first time that they were brought back into the limelight. No indication has been given of when these rumored remakes could be released, so we could be in the dark for a while yet. If it is to be believed, fans can expect plenty of Baldur's Gate goodness in the future, at least. Wizards of the Coast President John Haidt previously confirmed that of course we're going to do a successor to Baldur's Gate 3, so 4 will happen eventually too, even if Larian won't be the studio making it. For now, the BG3 masterminds are busy working on Divinity, the studio's next big RPG, which obviously we knew. That's pretty exciting. If they avoid the recent appeal-to-everybody behavior of Wizards, similar to how Starfield fell flat, it's going to have that old spark. Well, here's the thing. I think if they're just doing a remake, I don't think we have anything to worry about. I think they kind of finally, dialed in the remake formula, which is really, really nice. Don't go flying off the hook. If there's a couple extra things here and there that you could do before, or that you can do now, you couldn't do before, add that in. But generally speaking, just make the same game again, but better. That's all you gotta do. But this actually lets us into the next thing. Baldur's Gate 3 fans behind OG Baldur's Gate remake mod revamp Candlekeep to give it the massive visual overhaul it truly deserves. The Baldur's Gate 3 community remains as creative as ever, 3 years on from the release of Larian's big RPG. So creative, in fact, there's a team of fans currently bringing the original Baldur's Gate game from 1998 back to life via its threequel. If you've not heard of the project yet, the idea for the Baldur's Gate remake sprouted when an unlocked version of BG3's official modding tools showed up over on Nexus Mods in September 2024, so nearly 2 years ago now. Initially, the talented team behind it didn't intend to recreate all of the OG Baldur's Gate, but rather play around with Candlekeep alone. However, it snowballed into a full-blown remake, Deathbringer's Reign. I'm grateful it did, for one, because it looks to be coming along amazingly. If a new post on Reddit from the modders behind it offers anything to go by, it highlights the changes they made to Candlekeep since their first demo dropped earlier this year, and the screenshots show a beautiful, lush build. The foliage has expanded tenfold, and I'm obsessed. It reminds me of how I mod my other RPGs like Skyrim to look like a Phage Druid's dream come true. This is it right here. This is Candlekeep. It looks really good. I'll give him that. Really looks good. Yeah. And this is a remake of Baldur's Gate 1, which, again, it looks gorgeous. It really does. I gotta hand it to him. Credit where credit's due. This looks good. Looks really good. Quote, as our team has grown and our Majesty of the Baldur's Gate 3 engine has evolved, we decided we needed to go back to the beginning and give our childhood home the massive visual overhaul it truly deserves, reads the creator's thread itself. Our level designers have completely reimagined the Citadel with a much heavier focus on a lush, overgrown garden vibe. I'd say they aced that goal and then some, honestly. We wanted Candlekeep to feel like a truly ancient, peaceful sanctuary that has been softly reclaimed by nature over the centuries, continues the post, and that's precisely the vibe I get from the attached images. The modders do note, though, that what you are seeing is still in active development. They are still in the process of adding the final layers of polish to this overgrown environment. In fact, their message ends with a call to fellow modders. So if you're a seasoned veteran in the modding scene, or even a newbie as the skilled Deathbringer's Reign team says it shouldn't stop you, and you'd like to help out, you can apply via their Discord, or simply join to follow, build, and release updates like me. So, there's supposedly official OG Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2 remakes being made. We don't know how well that's coming along, but supposedly that is a thing. And now there is an independent mod dev team that is remaking OG Baldur's Gate inside Baldur's Gate 3 as a mod. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Definitely an eating good kind of year. I mean, it sucks that the video game industry is like kind of on fire 9 times out of 10 right now. But in terms of the actual video games that we are getting this year, we eating real good. Even if it's stuff that isn't played, we eating real good. For sure. All right, next up. A new Star Wars game could be shown this week. Gamers who have been wanting a new Star Wars game will want to keep an eye out for this week's Summer Game Fest, as it's possible that the next Star Wars Jedi title could make an appearance. There are a lot of Star Wars games in the works at the moment, but Star Wars Jedi 3 has been one of the most anticipated for a while. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor have been some of the most celebrated Star Wars games of the past decade. Between its action-packed combat and the introduction of Cal Kestis as a new canon character, the Star Wars Jedi series has brought forth one of the franchise's best modern stories. It was recently confirmed that another Cal Kestis Star Wars story is on the way, but the biggest question is when fans will get to see the first sneak peek. That moment may be sooner than expected. Interesting. I just blitzed Forza Horizon 6 since it was on Game Pass. Wee bit lackluster, but I enjoyed it. So, okay, before we keep going with this, let me ask you, what about it was lackluster? I'm genuinely curious. Because I haven't played it at all. I know a lot of people love it. So, I mean, other than people just saying it's great and they love it, I haven't heard anything. Well, and I mean, to be fair, what's not to love? Right? If you're just looking for car game, I think you'd be pretty hard pressed to not enjoy it, you know? It's not really a festival anymore. That's the only thing. It doesn't feel like a party in several parts of Japan, more an afterthought. Oh, okay. I could see that. I think the last one I played... Oh god, what was the last one I played? I want to say it was... the one in Australia. Which I know doesn't, like, give you a whole lot to go off of. But that was the last one that I played. Oh. And I don't remember what the one in Australia was called. Sorry, I'm still trying to fish out that cord. But yeah, I don't remember what that one was. Might have been 3? I have no idea. It lacks a bit of energy and spark. It's very... Buddies on Road Trip, it's all about the taking part. But the actual racing is great, except some gammy AI on road races. Okay, I mean, that's fair. So generally, it's still enjoyable. And yeah, Japan looks lovely. I've heard nothing but great things about the backgrounds, for sure. And just the landscape in general. I mean, okay, that's totally fair. I was always a big fan of the festival part. At least just for me, and I guess this would be the best way to put it, was what I personally love doing, and I don't even know if this is a thing you can still do in the Forza games, but I used to go out and I used to get all of the cars that I could get, whether it was like barn finds or whatever. But all like the specialty cars, right? And I would make, and actually, let me see if I can find it, because I showed this before, but hang on. I would make, as best I could, a one-to-one copy in-game, or as close to a one-to-one copy as I could in-game, of, like, special benchmark versions of that car via paint job, if that makes any sense, right? So for instance, in I think it was either 3 or 4. I can't remember, but it was the Australia one. That's all I remember. But in that one, they had the BMW M1. Now the M1 is a special, very, very, very special car. And it was so special, in fact, that Andy Warhol painted a car. Painted one of the M1s in 1979. So what did I do? I went and painted it in Forza. And I wish I still had pictures of it, but it's been so long. I don't even know if I could go back and actually, like, grab it to show you guys. But what I can show you is what the Andy Warhol car looked like when he painted it. So that right there is what I did to the M1, and I put the spoiler on it and matched the wheels, and then it literally took me like 6 hours to try and match as best I could this paint scheme in Forza to the M1. I loved doing stuff like that. But again, I have no idea if that's even a thing that can still be done. I have absolutely no clue. Oh, sure, it's a solid 8.5 out of 10. Fair enough. I mean, that it's not a sex girl out of 10, but, you know, we'll take it. In Horizon 5 Mexico, you slowly open up new fronts in the festival in, like, the beach jungle. and it was a lot of music, excitement, hype. Can you be the best? 6 only has the one tiny festival site, and it's barely referenced, and there's a lot of, it doesn't matter who came first, it's all about our adopted family. Oh, okay. I mean, I could see that. I could see why that would be a little lackluster. Fair. Star Wars Jedi 3 could potentially be at Summer Game Fest. This comes from the official Insider Gaming Weekly podcast, with the next Star Wars Jedi game being brought up when the hosts were sharing their thoughts on which games they would love to see at the event. Star Wars Jedi 3 was one of the main games voiced as a hopeful announcement. This is far from an official confirmation that it will be one of the big Summer Games Fest reveals, but Insider Gaming editor-in-chief Tom Henderson shared some interesting insight into what Cal Kestis' next chapter could have in store. I mean, this was like a year ago or whatever, but I heard that, like, Cal was going to be older in the game, so I don't know if they're doing, like, a little time jump or something. I mean, sure, fair. Crew Motorsport, I could see that. It's important to note that there have been a lot of Star Wars Jedi 3 rumors circulating the internet for years at this point, so they should all be taken with a grain of salt. However, if there was ever a perfect event to reveal what is planned for next for Cal Kestis, it would be Summer Game Fest. An older version of Cal would be fascinating, and this isn't the first time that a time jump has been suggested by insiders. There was a jump in time between Fallen Order and Survivor, so that also wouldn't be too surprising either. That's fair. There have also been tons of questions when it comes to what to expect from Summer Game Fest. Several games have been confirmed, but there are still plenty of reveals being kept under wraps at the moment, with the showcase's air date being only a few days away. There are many gamers out there eager to find out what surprising announcements are being saved for the event. Only time will tell for Jedi 3. Will tell if Jedi 3 turns out to be one of the many games planned for Game Fest. Many fans have been waiting to find out what the rest of Cal Kestis' story arc looks like, so a Summer Game Fest reveal would be one of the biggest moments of the showcase. Gamers will have to play the waiting game for a few more days for the broadcast, and it will hopefully have some good things in store for Star Wars fans. I hope so. I thought Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor were both fantastic. It's on your list to play soon. It's a nice balance to Forza. Yeah, absolutely. Me personally, I'm interested in a new Jedi 3. We'll see. It's been quite a few years. I'd really like to see a new Jedi game, especially since it would wrap up the trilogy. I loved Jedi Fallen Order, and I loved Jedi Survivor. Jedi Survivor was the one that I picked up day one, and it did have some frame issues for sure, but we got through them. And generally speaking, it wasn't terrible. There were only a couple of bits, like a couple of areas where you really, really, really felt it chug. But from what I understand, they got that fixed. I need to play the first two. I am quite bad at them. They're a lot of fun. They are a lot of fun. The way that I look at it is and this may not necessarily be like the best way to look at it, but this is how I look at it, and it does it for me. Take the formula of Dark Souls, like everything that people like about Dark Souls, so the interconnectivity, the combat controls, and so on, right? And put it to a narrative-driven story game. And I think that's, at least for me, that's probably one of the best ways to look at it. I like the villain a lot. The villain lasts a lot in the first, or maybe it was the second. So at the end of the first one, you fought Darth Vader. The second one dealt more with the sisters. So it would definitely have probably been the second. Like, the sisters were definitely kind of present in the first one, But after you fought like 2 out of like the 6 sisters or whatever, they kind of fell to the wayside. There was a protagonist turned antagonist. I do remember that. But after you fought her, then you ended up fighting, well, not really fighting, but there was a sequence where you got to try to fight Darth Vader and then ended up running. Yeah, that was one of the sisters that you're talking about, Sober. So basically what it was in the first one, you find out that the Jedi, this is the period of time where the Order has been like just completely destroyed. Cal is basically living out whatever life he can eke out, excuse me, at this point, as just a no-name whatever, cracking ships apart and everything else. And then he's found out, the sisters get called in, and then basically he's on the run throughout most of the game, but he's also trying to figure out a way to stop them from actually, like, chasing him. And then you fight 2 out of the 6 sisters. He kills them both. And then there's, like, this arch head sister that you fight and you kill, but she's only in it for a very short period of time, if I remember correctly. And she kind of starts out as like a helping hand kind of deal, and then she turns into supposedly the big bad. The only issue is that for whatever reason they decided that they had to shoehorn in Darth Vader at the very, very, very end. So after you kill her, all of a sudden Darth Vader comes out of nowhere and you try to fight him and you realize, oh shit, he's super powerful, and you run. And it's pretty much you just escaping Darth Vader at the very end of it. 2 deals with the rest of the 6 sisters, which is cool. I liked her. She's insufferable and hot. I can fix her. I mean, that's fair. Vader was a nice touch. It's not that Vader was a bad thing. It's just it was at that period of time where every time you turned around in Star Wars, they had to shoehorn Vader in at some point. And I love Darth Vader. Everybody loves Darth Vader. We know that, right? But shoehorning him into everything, if he just showed up and it hadn't been, oh, here's Darth Vader in Rogue One, here's Darth Vader in this, here's Darth Vader in Fortnite, here's Darth Vader, like, it would have had a much bigger impact. So when he came around, absolutely I went, oh shit. You know what I mean? But then looking back on it, I was like, did they really need Vader? Like, yeah, it was a cool oh shit moment to see Vader in his prime and go, oh fuck, this dude's insanely fucking powerful. It was a really cool thing, but did it really add anything extra to the story? Not really, because you haven't really seen much of anything from him since. So, yeah, it was one of those moments that was kind of like lukewarm. It was cool to see, but again, you had Rogue One, you had Darth Vader in Fortnite, you had Darth Vader in basically everywhere he could be, and then you also had the Obi-Wan Kenobi series coming out, and like all this stuff, right? So he was kind of everywhere all at the same time. It was a little too predictable. Yeah. But I think the story overall, I think the story's phenomenal. Love the story, and I would love to see how it goes and where it ends. Next up, a Resident Evil game set in Japan might happen. The next Resident Evil game is likely a few years away at this point, but there is a good chance that a future entry could take place in Japan. Although the Resident Evil franchise is mostly revolved around stories based in the US, the series has ventured to other locales, but it has yet to visit Capcom's home country. Resident Evil now has been going strong for 30 years, and in that time, the franchise has looked beyond the outbreak of Raccoon City and has explored other places like Louisiana in RE7, rural Spain in RE4, and Eastern Europe in RE Village. Every Resident Evil game has used its location as a terrifying backdrop to help tie each story together, and RE Requiem producer Masato Kumazawa claims that the franchise could be eyeing Japan for a future setting. Kumazawa recently discussed the future of the RE franchise, and he had some fascinating things to say about the series potentially coming to Japan. There have been a lot of questions and theories about what the next RE game will have in store, and while it may not be the Japan-based one that Kumazawa is teasing, it seems likely that the country will eventually get the spotlight. I think a Japanese setting is something every Japanese Resident Evil fan has thought about, and I've also considered it myself. Since the development team is primarily based in Japan, I think every member has given it some thought. While Japan hasn't appeared as a game setting so far, it might make an appearance at some point in the future. Okay. Kumazawa noted that since the Resident Evil dev team is based in Japan, it only makes sense to consider setting a new chapter somewhere in that area. Even though his words aren't official confirmation that a Japan RE game is happening, it's still intriguing that devs have been thinking about it. After the dev team's bold risks with the series led to RE Requiem's success, going to Japan would be another exciting shakeup that could prove to be a worthwhile experiment for Capcom. A new story set in Japan would be fascinating enough, but what's even more intriguing to think about is what that could mean for the hypothetical game's characters. It's always possible that longtime favorite RE characters like Leon, Jill, Claire, Ada, and Chris could find themselves on a mission in Japan, but it also presents the chance for brand new names to be added into the mix. The past few RE games have been done well with introducing fresh main characters like Ethan Winters and his daughter Rosemary. Leon Kennedy returned in Requiem, but it also added newcomer Grace Ashcroft for a fun dual protagonist twist. A Japan-based game would present a lot of interesting roads for the series to venture down when it comes to the cast. Another major horror franchise recently made its way to Japan. RE and Silent Hill have been two of the most popular horror franchises in gaming, and the latter finally left America with Silent Hill F's Japan setting. Konami is continuing to explore new locations too. Silent Hill Townfall is set in Scotland, marking another big departure. RE may still have explored more countries than Silent Hill overall, but Silent Hill F has showcased just how creepy a setting Japan can be. An RE game set in the country only feels like a matter of time, but this remains to be seen. I think that's cool. I think if they do Japan, they will do brand new characters. Well, maybe, but and this is why I bring it up. Especially after Requiem, we know for a fact that the most popular Resident Evil character, and it's not even close, is Leon. Right? We know for a fact the most popular Resident Evil character is Leon. It is left at the end of Requiem that Leon is alive, Grace is alive as well, and we still aren't entirely sure what is going on with Chris, right? So having said that, I don't see it out of the realm of possibility that we may end up seeing Chris and Leon, possibly Grace, Jill, and Claire, and who knows, maybe even Rosemary, and they got shit they got to do. But it just so happens to take place in Japan. It very well could be that that's how the story starts, but we have to, who knows, start as a Japanese police officer. That's entirely possible. And we kind of get lumped into it with everything else. Did you ever play Revelations with the thalassophobic Cthulhu-y water zombos? I really liked that one. I never did. I never ever did. I never played Revelations or Revelations 2. I've seen gameplays of it, and it does look very, very interesting and fun, but I never actually got to play them myself. So yeah. But now we got a couple of trailers. Turn off Lo-Fi Girl here. We do have a couple of trailers which look kind of interesting. Here we go.
You never should have come back.
I got a message from Mira.
She's been gone a long time. Ran when things got hard. Left the band behind.
I need to know why. Why she vanished when everything was coming together. Isn't that why you're here too? Did you forget what happened on that night? This place remembers, and so do I. This is not me. 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 This is not me! I'll be waiting.
Looks kind of interesting, although I do have a question. And maybe I'm not the only one who noticed. Let me go back a wee bit.
Isn't that why you're here too?
Why is it that this... So it looks like it's kind of a cross between, say, like a CRPG and an ARPG in the vein of Silent Hill meets Resident Evil, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I just immediately noticed the jiggle physics on this character in this scene when she was walking and had to sit there and go, why? Like, let's just see if you guys spot the jiggle physics.
Isn't that why you're here too?
They are clearly front and center. I'm just saying there are some jiggle physics present. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying they are there. And I'm just wondering why. It's like Dead or Alive all over again. Yeah. A little bit. Next. This is a... we played the demo for this game. It was called Cosmic Fear. And honestly... it scared the ever-living shit out of me. Apparently, this is the official launch trailer.
Oh my God. Oh my God!
I remember this. So I remember this in the demo, and it was deafening. That humming sound was deafening in the demo. And it was definitely shit your pants time. And I did exactly that. Cosmic Fear is tied into a group of games called the Alien Cube and the Alien Cube 2. Oh, interesting. This comes out September 9th. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait. So the Alien Cube? The Alien Cube. It's a survival game. It's a Lovecraftian first-person horror adventure, spiritual successor to The Land of Pain. You play as Arthur, a lonely man whose life is about to do a thing. Well, hang on. Let me see here. Follow your missing uncle's trail, uncover forbidden secrets, and face a Lovecraftian cosmic horror in this first-person adventure. So, okay. So if it's tied to both of those, that explains alien ship and tentacle simultaneously. And apparently this came out in 2021. I missed this. Definitely has the same vibe right off the bat. Oh, shit. Huh. Interesting. Well, let me see here. The Alien Cube 2. Really? It's not up there? Hang on. Let's do the Alien Cube 2. Behind the scenes on Steam. No, there is no Alien. It's just the Alien Cube. Interesting. Okay. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Oh, Alien Cube Part 2? Edgar's apartment. Continuing playthrough of specific segments of the cosmic horror Lovecraftian game, The Alien Cube. Second episode frequently kicks off with the player navigating back to Edgar's apartment or his cabin, where you dive deeper into the surreal and terrifying dimensions. Oh. Okay. So it's not technically... Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, it's not technically another game, but it's a continuation. Okay, no, there is definitely a sequel. Really? What's the sequel to the Alien Cube? Cosmic Fear. Huh. But it says it serves as the third chapter in the overarching cosmic horror universe that... Oh, The Land of Pain. Okay. So... The Land of Pain video game. So this is Land of Pain, which was the first one. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Achieved with CryEngine.
When did Land of Pain come out? Came out in 2017. No shit. Okay, so we got The Land of Pain and then Alien Cube, and I played the demo for Cosmic Fear, and Cosmic Fear was quite literally terrifying. I'll be honest, it was very terrifying. And I'm glad to see the Cosmic Fear is coming out. The demo was great. Last but not least, this is right before Sony State of Play, which is tomorrow.
The Flex Strike wireless fight stick is PlayStation's fresh new take on the classic arcade controller.
It's really tailored to the fight game dynamics.
It's adopting that mentality of having a classic control scheme, but for a new age.
From the very beginning, the Flex Strike was conceived to be an accessible, high-performance option for fighting game players who want to try something other than a DualSense.
Edwin and his team were out at EVO Japan, and I started talking to them about what the community uses in terms of arcade sticks. And that conversation really spun into what would happen if PlayStation were to make and design their own fight stick.
普通のコントローラーというよりももうちょっと攻めていろんなエルゴノミクスとか大きさとか小ささとかそういうとこまで攻め込んでいろいろ検討したいっていうので、いろいろ検討した結果が今のデザインになってます。
Where the action buttons are, we angled that upwards so it was more ergonomic, and we kept the lever area flat so that you still have a good control over the lever during gameplay.
逆に今までなんでなかったんだろうっていうところでもあるんですけれども、やっぱ疲れにくいし、体勢をあんまり選ばないで触れるっていうのは、膝置きだと。
So not only are the buttons in a very ergonomic, easy to reach place for the 8 face buttons, but you also have the touchpad as well. In current fighting games, a lot of times reset is mapped to the touchpad and that sits right just above the buttons. So being able to reach over there very easily to hit that is a great feature, I thought, for the product.
In my opinion, there's nothing else on the market that has taken that ergonomics and the comfort into consideration like the Flex Strike has.
The lever's ball top was a surprisingly difficult aspect of the product to design and manufacture.
レバーのボールがその透明の中に黒いボールが入ってるっていうデザインになってるんですけど、あれがその屈折率ですとか結構思ったようにいかなかったりして、その何度か試しながらトライしながらあれ今のデザインが出来上がっています。
It could have been easy for us to just buy one off the market, but we wanted to create a product that looks really cool, so we did it.
もともとこのファイトスティックワイヤレス機能が搭載されているんですが、
Oh no shit, it's wireless. Wow.
ワイヤレスである以上持ち運びですとかいろんな場所に置いたりする。で、そうするとあんまり大きかったり重かったりすると使いづらいっていうので。
The Flex Strike's size and weight is something that's more towards my personal preference. I like having something a bit more compact that could work both in your lap and on a desk, but also having enough heft to be able to dig into the nitty-gritty when you're getting into some heated and sweaty battles online or in tournament.
Flex Strike can be used in a wired connection mode as well as a wireless connection mode using PlayStation Link.
What PS Link enables is low latency wireless connection to the PS5 or the PC. The purpose of this is to make sure that fighting game players can get the best possible gaming experience out of the controller.
Having that ability just to play anywhere, that I think is something that is going to be amazing for players.
The Flex Strike also contains swappable restrictor gates.
A restrictor gate restricts the range of motion in terms of the shape that you're able to input when inputting different moves and commands on the lever.
They will impact the feel of the lever by restricting what points around a square, octagon, or a circle the player will feel as they go through the game's various motions.
Interesting.
その動き回ることが重要なゲームですとか、正確なコマンドの入力が必要になるゲームですとか、そういったゲームがゲートの種類によって最適なものが変わってくるのもありますし、その同じゲームの中でもキャラクターによって入力するコマンドが変わってくるので、そういったそのキャラクターとかそのゲームに合わせてすぐに交換できるっていうのがすごくメリットになっています。
What we brought to this product was a toolless system to remove and insert the lever gate. It's really simple to remove. You put your finger in on one side and pull it out. And then when you want to place one in, you just drop it in and push down so it press fits in.
Usually those are parts that you have to buy separately and source separately for yourselves and kind of experience on your own.
そのプレイの幅が広がるっていうか、スティックのどのその角度で自分が入力しやすいかっていうのを選択しやすいと思ってるんで。
One of the exciting features that we wanted to add was a carry case. And we wanted to offer a carry case that felt very PlayStation branded, but also offered protection for your device.
So you can put the stick in there, you have a pouch to put a few of your things in, and then it has a strap as well. So easy to take with you, whether you're traveling to a friend's place, you're at tournaments, or just want to keep for safekeeping at the house.
That's still big. I'll be honest. I mean, granted, it's a fight stick design. I get it, but that still feels pretty big.
フレックストライクはなるべくその使いやすいように誰もが不満なく使えるように、考えて作っているので今までファイトスティックを使ったことないけど興味あるっていうプレイヤーですとか昔使っていたけど最近使わなくなってしまったなというようなプレイヤーですとか
I think there's some really cool engineering innovations that we did for the Flex Strike, and I think it's going to bring a really interesting gameplay to our gamer community.
When I was testing the product with the PlayStation team, I was just able to play like I normally do. It just felt natural and it felt quality, and that's, I think, the most important thing about the Flex Strike.
It's truly something special.
So, and the only reason I bring this up is because over the last like year or two, especially where you have stuff like Street Fighter 6 that came out and you have a bunch of new fighting games and stuff like that that have come out, these have kind of made like a big return recently. So for instance, I know Razer has one. I know that there's a bunch of like pro quote unquote fight sticks out there and stuff like that. What I do like about this, though, is that, and I know they focused on a lot of ergonomics, and that doesn't like necessarily mean a whole lot to a lot of people, but I really, really liked how these sounded when you saw the person clicking them. It sounded very, very, very satisfying. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't too loud. It wasn't like a loose click, but it was very like very satisfying click sound, right? So you know you're hitting the button when you hit the button. So yeah, this is an interesting one. This is a really, really interesting one. And the other thing as to why it kind of surprises me, if I'm being honest, is because this is easily something that they could have said, okay, well, we'll save this for Sony SOP. Because that's literally tomorrow, right? So they easily could have said, oh yeah, no, we'll save this, we'll throw it in there at the beginning and everything. What the hell do they have set for Sony SOP tomorrow that they couldn't do 5.5 minutes for this? Kind of makes me wonder. It definitely makes me wonder. But I do have to say, so if I do this, right? What is it? Razer? Yeah, Razer Fight Stick. So this is the Razer one. This is the Razer Kitsune, which kind of feels like it's all over the place, if I'm being honest. Right? Like, I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to, like, reinvent the wheel here and everything. And, okay, sure, that's not terrible. But it does, yeah. Or, like, here's another one, the Panthera Pro. I think this one is their latest one, right? Again, it doesn't look terrible. Like, it doesn't look terrible at all. But you compare it to something like this just looks like there was so much time and effort crafted into not only making it look good, but also making it look clean, not too cluttered, very simple to understand, but tough to master. But all the elements are there to make it as comfortable as possible if you're going to be spending hours and hours and hours and hours and hours practicing and everything else, whether you're using it on your lap or whether you're using it on a desk or whatever. I think this kind of looks leaps and bounds ahead of even something like the Razer Kitsune. And to be fair, I know I'm also a little bit biased. I don't like Razer products really at all. I know that that's kind of a no-no, and I know a lot of people really, really love them. The hardware itself isn't terrible. It's the software that's usually pretty crap. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. But me personally, I actually kind of like how this fight stick looks compared to other stuff that's out there. That might just be me, but yeah. let's see here. Current fight sticks. Best fight sticks. Here we go for 2026. So currently, you got the Hori Fighting Stick Mini 4, which just looks. I feel like I'd have a hell of a time. This is bigger, but it looks maybe too big. The Kanba Drone 2, the Hori Fighting Stick Alpha. Apparently, you can put stuff in it. Sure. Kanba Titan, again, looks about the same size as the PlayStation 1, but, you know, not very ergonomic. The Victrix Pro FS. Again, that's $400, by the way, which is insane. Yeah, I don't know. You got the Kanba Obsidian 2, which just looks really, really, really big. You got the Razer Kitsune, which is kind of weird, but I can see how it would work for some people. The Victrix Pro KO, again, more like the Kitsune. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I actually just really, really like the look of the PlayStation 1. Maybe that's just me, though. Maybe that's just me, but what do you guys think? That's much the same size as the chunky square ones they brought to the gaming bar I would haunt in 2014. No kidding. Yeah, I haven't used a fight stick since, and I'm not even kidding, the days of Sega Genesis. And I'll show you the one that I had. Genesis Fight Stick. This is the biggin right here. This thing was massive and clunky and weighed a gajillion pounds. It was huge. Actually, this isn't the one. This is Gen 2. Where is Gen 1? I had a Gen 1. No. None of these are it. Do Gen 1. This is the boy. This is the one. That's the one that I had. It was big. It weighed a gazillion pounds. It was clunky. It actually worked really, really, really well. Believe it or not, one of the cool things about it was the cable itself, which sounds really, really weird. But if anybody goes back and they had a Sega Genesis or even a Master System, you'll remember that the cords were only like maybe 4 or 5 feet long, right? They weren't really all that long. This thing has like an 8-foot long cord. So you could set this up in front of, you know, your TV setup and maybe put the Genesis like maybe 2-3 feet away and then plug this sucker in, and you could sit 8 feet away on a couch and still play comfortably, which was really, really, really cool. So yeah, that was, in all honesty, that was kind of like the really, really big thing that it had going for it. And I used to play Mortal Kombat. Well, not only Mortal Kombat, but I played Mortal Kombat, Eternal Champions, both the Genesis and the Sega CD versions, the Power Rangers fighting game. I'm trying to remember, what else did I play? Street Fighter 2. There were a bunch of others that I played as well that were kind of like, you know, general knockoffs. I remember trying to play, even though it was crap, I remember trying to play Shaq Fu with this thing. And just so that you're all aware, this did not make Shaq Fu any better. Although for whatever reason, I still really, 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 really love Shaq Fu. Don't ask me why. It was kind of a horrible crap game, but Shaq Fu did not play any better with one of these. It really didn't. So yeah, let me see. Let me just check really, really quick again with IGN and see if there's anything left that was missed. And yeah, Sony State of Play is tomorrow. It comes out 3 hours before I start streaming. But that's not to say that we won't be watching it. As soon as I start tomorrow, we will be watching Sony State of Play to see what's going on with it. So I'm going to, like, typically what I do is I usually sit there and go, okay, well, you know, I got like 2 hours before I start. I'm going to go through, look at video game news, all that good stuff. I'm not doing that tomorrow because I want to be surprised. Just that simple. M-Pulse, I don't know what that is. We'll take a look at that. War of the Worlds Siberia official Wolves cutscene teaser. Okay. Halloween the game, not surprised. Well, you know what? It is the official trailer. We'll take a look at it. This one, I don't know, but apparently when you hover over it, it does say vampire waifus. So we'll take a look. That didn't show me a whole hell of a lot, I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I'm neither here nor there about it. What do you guys think for M-Pulse? I mean, it kind of looked like maybe it had a Mirror's Edge vibe to it, but yeah, other than that, I was like, nah. Maybe that's just me, though. Next up, War of the Worlds, the Siberia teaser thing.
Итак, господин нигилист, почему вы столь настойчивы в своем стремлении убить меня?
За последние 2 недели я уже совсем было передумал. Я ошибочно полагал, что марсиане все-таки большее зло, чем ваша семейка. Но вы оставили доверившихся вам людей умирать с голоду.
Вы же сами видели, что меня насильно затащили в вагон. Я в этом поезде была почти пленницей.
Но только не надо повторять старую сказочку про хорошего царя и плохих бояр. Или беженцев оставили там без единого фунта продовольствия не по вашему приказу?
Я ничего не приказывала. Я вообще не знала.
5 лет назад, во время Великого Голода, вы тоже плясали на балах, не зная того, что миллионы ваших подданных умирают от истощения. И то, что целые деревни опустели, вымерли. Это такая мелочь.
Но я не знала.
Благодарю, ваше высочество. Разумеется, не знали. Ведь газеты убеждали публику, что ничего страшного не происходит. А когда я привез родным гостинцев, немного. Один жалкий мешок. Это крестик моей младшей сестренки. Ей было всего 7. Он валялся в углу пустой избы, а шнурок был порван. Крестик просто сорвали с него, а на полу были пятна крови, ведущие на соседский двор. Пятна крови, как от зарезанной свиньи. И теперь весь смысл моей жизни — месть. Месть тем, кто высочайше повелевает называть голод недородом, чтобы совесть не мешала им танцевать на балах.
Вы считаете, что в том, что случилось с вашей семьей, с вашей сестрой, виновата я?
О, разумеется, не только вы. И не только ваша семейка. Вся монархия, все монархии мира прогнили насквозь.
Что должно быть вместо монархии?
Свободные от всякого гнета. Самоуправляемые, народные общины.
Но ведь именно ваши общины... Хорошо. Вы можете убить меня. Я так больше не могу, все равно моя семья, вероятно, тоже мертва. Ну бейте же!
Interesting. I definitely call that an interesting take on War of the Worlds. Yeah, that's a really interesting... Okay, this... fuck it. It's only a minute and a half. This is the official story trailer.
Я помню последний день Старого Мира. Город жил обычной жизнью, а потом небо рухнуло на землю. Адские машины оказались неуязвимы для земного оружия.
Значит, царь готовится бежать.
Похоже на то. Я хотел пробраться на один из вокзалов. Уцелел разве что Жемайский.
Вокзалы были переполнены. Люди бежали куда угодно, лишь бы подальше от обреченных и разграбляемых городов.
Здесь ни документов обещанных, ни продовольствия. Все выгреб.
Куда же идти предлагаете?
В Сибирь.
Воцарился хаос. Итак, господин нигилист, почему вы столь настойчивы в своем стремлении убить меня?
Моя семья умерла с голоду, пока ваша плясала на балах. Мы мечтали уничтожить Старый Мир. И он был уничтожен. Только не нами.
Huh. Honestly, it is a really interesting setting. Tsarist Russia at the cusp of revolution is not a setting you see often in gaming, maybe twice to my recollection. Yeah, I think that's why it makes it so interesting. Because, I mean, I don't know what the alien stuff has to do with it. But it's a really, really cool thing. I'd like to see more of it. I would really like to see more of it, because, I mean, so far all we have are these trailers that we're going off of, but from what we see in the trailers, it looks good. We just, you know, we'd have to see. That's all I can say, but it's an interesting one, for sure. I'll give it that. Oh, no, this is Halloween the game. John Carpenter's Halloween the game. Coming September 8th. Shirts are so cheap. Man, why can't shirts be that cheap, right? So yeah, this is basically like the Friday the 13th game that was out a few years ago. But apparently now they got the license, which is really nice for something. Instead of like they did with Friday the 13th, which apparently, from what I remember, one of the reasons why the game shut down is because there were problems with getting the license, and they just kind of never did and went with it, hoping that they could get a license for it and couldn't, so they had to shut it down. But this looks interesting. I watched Milton play that RPing as a nerd and actually choked laughing. Oh yeah, Milton was great at that stuff. He really, really was. So, the next one, I'm not entirely sure what to think of it, if I'm being honest. But it did say Vampire Waifus. And it is from IGN, so at least we know that if there are sexy times in it, we're not going to see said sexy times in the trailer, which is good, because then I won't get banned.
1,000 years ago, a family of hunters wrought havoc upon my kind, casting us into oblivion. And thus my existence became a mere myth. But not all secrets remain as such forever.
I feel like they're really trying to bank on the waifus thing. You see what I mean? So literally they say it. Vampire waifus in, and they have Big Booba on the screen. Just saying. I think they're banking on the vampire waifus thing. I was about to say count me in, but dang, you cannot count me into this. This is... Yeah. Reminds me a lot of FF7, oddly. Yeah, I guess I could see that, sure. I guess I could see that, yeah. Oh, by the way, Spectre... I'm looking at you. To say it looks rough is a huge understatement. That's true. I'm looking at you, Spectre. You missed something the other night, by the way. Yeah, you totally missed the thing. The big thing. The biggest and most epic thing. Before we get into stuff. What thing? Yeah, you totally missed the thing. Hang on, I'm bringing it up now. And I won't talk, by the way, once I play this. This is everything that I said. When you hear me, this will be everything that I said that night. Okay? Because we were talking about the grilled PB&J, right? And then you decided, well, I'm gonna leave. Okay, fair enough. Except the hype train happened. Just as you were leaving. And we found out that there's this thing that you can do where once you hit a certain level, when it comes to the hype train, you guys get to decide what the DJ makes up for a song. So here you go.
Bread.
I promise we will get back to gameplay eventually.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
It says describe next
stop
song
eating
in
dry
chat.
bread. We have entered the age of enlightenment, the age of the crunch. I am spoiled is here to show you the way.
Whoa.
In the kitchen stands the prophet. I am spoiled is the name.
What?
He says the sandwich game will never be the same. No more golden jelly sticking to the roof. He's bringing down the flavor and he's bringing in the truth. Dinetra, 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 your PB&J.
Oh my god.
On the skillet, make the worries go away. Dinetra, 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 your PB&J.
There are 6 levels remaining until all-time hype train record. Chat, your brand new track is ready. You know what to do. Level up the train to unlock it.
Here comes the specter, looking at the plate. He says you can grill those. He thinks it's way too late. But wait, he smells the butter melting in the pan. A revolution started just because he can. Dinetra, 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 your PB&J. Throw it on the skillet, make the worries go away. Dinetra, 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 your PB&J. Ooey gooey goodness is the only way.
That's amazing.
The peanut butter milk, it melts. The jelly turns to gold. It's gold. Be the spectre takes a bite and loses control. I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. Give me the sandwich. Give me the taste. Don't let a single crumb go to waste. I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. The flavor is changing. The texture is new. Now we know just what to do.
Time remaining 2 minutes.
Listen to me, chat. It is time. Drop the controller. Step away from the keyboard. Get in the kitchen.
Get in the kitchen, make it hot. Get in the kitchen, give it all you got. Butter the bread, make it shine. This grilled sandwich is divine. Get in the kitchen, make it hot. Get in the kitchen, give it all you got. Butter the bread, make it shine. This grilled sandwich is divine.
The train is getting cold. The grill is cooling down.
We need more fuel to keep the fire burning. The sizzle is fading. Who has the subs? Who has the bits? Don't let the sandwich die. Be the specter is crying. Save the crunch.
Time remaining 1 minute. Just 7 more subs for the next level.
Oh my god.
I'm spoiled, gifted 5 subs.
Dinetra, your PB&J. Ooey gooey goodness is the only way.
30 seconds. Time is running out.
How insane is that? That is like the next song that came up was about me stealing pizza. I don't know how it came up with that. I don't remember who said that, but literally you left and it said, okay, chat, you guys got to come up with a song. Say in chat, like, what the song should be about. And somebody said, make it about a grilled PB&J. And that's what it came up with. Aylin, good to see ya. How you doing? How are the things? Aelin did that. The absolute chaos elemental. Oh, well, that explains it. That explains all of it. So you left to do that. Okay, but here's the thing. Spoiled was mad. Spoiled was mad at you because she went, where the fuck is Spectre for this? The Nat Monster got you? Hey, I hear you. It gets all of us, Aelin. Oh, yeah. She was not happy. Where is Spectre? Why is he not here for this? And to be fair, it really was a bop, wasn't it? I think she put out a wanted poster. I think she did too. I think she did too. Now, there is a thing before we get back to it, right? I do want to show you this. Hey, we played together and she never mentioned being mad. Well, I'm just saying. Okay, so where's the... why is the thing not here? Why is that... Okay, give me a second. That's when she's most dangerous, Spectre. It means she's plotting revenge. You're not wrong, even in the slightest. Hang on, I gotta fix the... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay, cool. So it just shows up here. Fair enough. Use bits to support the streamer. Yeah, great. Okay, meme alert. Use bits to play meme stickers and sounds on the stream. Yep, great. Okay, so you see this little button here. It says community crafted VIP song, right? Now, I looked because I was trying to figure out how to get that song for all of us, right? Because I know she wants it. I know Sober said he wants it, right? And I know Itzy loves it. I loved, everybody loved it. I think once we hit 500k points, the song actually does get unlocked. Now, I don't know how many points there are. Like what counts as like X amount of points, I have no idea. But what I will say is that we are at 60 out of 500,000. So once we hit that 500,000 mark, we should be able to get that Denature song. That's about all I can say, sadly. The other one I was looking for, and again, oh God, Spectre, please tell me that you have heard Return to Monkey. Oh God, he hasn't even heard Return to Monkey. God damn it. Hang on. Yeah, he hadn't even heard Monkey Mode. Here we go. Here's Monkey Mode. I gotta go a little bit farther back, I think. Here.
We need 3 subs to push this train up a level.
Uh-oh.
The hype train is at level 4. I'm unspoiled, gifted 5 subs.
It's Monkey Mode. Oh, shit.
Sophia Fantasy gifted a sub. Monkey Mode.
Kiwi Bandit, good to see ya.
Crit Witch gifted a sub. starts smoothing.
Brain starts smoothing.
Thoughts are fading. Return to Monkey.
Reject the thought,
Embrace the monkey.
reject the thought, embrace the monkey.
Monkey mode.
Capcore, welcome in.
Monkey mode. Eight together strong. Eight together strong. See the train arrive. Monkey brain alive. Wallet open wide. Monkey will provide. Throw the bits like fruit. Monkey brain reboot. Watch the level shoot. Monkey absolute. See the train arrive. Monkey brain alive. Wallet open wide. Monkey will provide. Throw the bits like fruit. Monkey brain reboot. Watch the level shoot. Monkey absolute. Monkey mode. Eight together strong. Eight together strong. Time remaining 2 minutes. Monkey mode. Monkey mode. Describe the next
Elin
song
coming in
chat.
No, you keep losing Wi-Fi. No.
The hype train is at level 5.
So yeah, that was monkey mode. That was monkey mode. Apparently there are others. That's when it hit. Well, no. So this one was the Spanish guitar, and then it went into something else. Ooh, Spanish guitar.
Aylin Luna gifted a sub.
And then after this, it was the PB&J prophecy. What is that? Well, I've never seen that timer before. What is that?
The DJ is cooking. Keep the train alive for 3 minutes, everyone.
Oh, it's generating another song? Oh, shit. I've never seen that before.
First train was an accident. 20 bits is all I spent. Felt the rush, saw numbers climb. That's the point, I lost my mind.
Disco Funk PB&J Profi? What? That's the song?
Close my eyes to go to sleep. Train thoughts running way too deep. Dream of level 99.
Chat, your brand new track is ready. You know what to do. Level up the train to unlock it.
Holy crap.
It's Ibitsies. Gifted 5 subs.
I'll be honest, the only part of this song that I absolutely love is when he says goodbye to his girlfriend.
Girlfriend said it's her old train. Packed her bags, I felt no pain. Thank you, streamer, for the curse. Bye bye, Stacy, train comes
Bye bye, Stacy.
They said I need help.
Describe the next song.
And then it was the
in
PB&J.
chat. The hype train is at level 6.
I promise.
Aylin Luna gifted a sub.
I promise we will get back to gameplay eventually. So yeah, then it was Denature, your PB&J. So yeah, you missed all of that, Spectre. And it was crazy and nuts and insane and amazing all at the same time. It really, really, really was. So yeah, you missed all of that. Literally all of it. I realize that we are all slaves to the blinky, blinky, beep, boop, capitalism, dopamine machine, but when it sounds this good, I know, right? It's kind of tough to not get thrown into it. Why did that not... Oh, I know why. Wait, what? Why is this... Denature, right? I don't know where I have to go here. Yeah, it looks like we're doing more Cat Burglar tonight, assuming... Yeah. El Gato. Yes. Sky Dragon, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Also, why is this so loud? Did they reset everything on me? Yes, they did. Wait. There. Doing okay. Okay, so there's that. No. Damn it. Play some D4, there you go. Or if one wants to code switch between French and Spanish, El Gato dans le Chateau. That's an interesting one. Aw, shit. There we go. Okay. Back over here. Down here. Good. Oh no, cat. Okay, cat is not stuck. Good. So what was the point? So if I go here, I can bring this kitty over here. Good. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. I see. I see. I see. I see. Gotcha. It's my planned indie pop band name. You can't tell me people won't come to a gig by the Cat in the Cast. Oh, they 1,000,000% would. What, are you kidding? I'm still trying to figure out why we had to go up here. But sure. So if I do this, we're good here. And then I can just do this. And then we got both. So yeah, I don't know why we had to go through that whole thing, but sure. By the dawn of the 12th epoch, Epsilon Prime was a thriving hub of various species all mingling and cohabiting without conflict. Truly the age of stability had arrived, but unbeknownst to the Epsilonian civilization, a dark patch of sky was growing ever larger. "By Jove!" exclaimed Selnar, head of astronomical research. "Out there in the stars above." "What is it, Selnar?" inquired Flaxon, the newly arrived trainee. "A black heart star." "What on Epsilon Prime is a black heart star?" Flaxon asked. "My dear Flaxon," Selnar patted 3 of Flaxon's back prongs with a single curled tentacle. "A black heart star is a hungry pit of nothing, devouring all around it and growing ever larger. Our time in the system is coming to an end." "Stars above!" Right. Right. I don't know what any of that accomplished, but sure. We'll go with it. Okay, we have saved. Elevator access restricted. Okay. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Hang on. There we go. Careful, Mittens! These big scary-looking cameras with red vision sensors will trigger a lockdown if they see you. I'll be careful, but the cameras can still turn me theoretical, right? Yep, it's very much a good news, bad news situation. Oh, great. Okay. Here. Go through here. Nice. Oh, because I gotta move out of... There we go. Interesting. Okay, actually, that's kind of cool. There. Well, if I go in there, I'll be stuck. Which I think, right? Which would be bad. Yeah, that would suck. Okay. Damn it. There we go. Well, now hang on. Because now I gotta go back this way, and I have to shut off the thing. Okay. Oh, wait. There we go. Oh, it's an ice thing. Okay. Interesting. Oh. Huh. Ooh, thank you for the hydrate, Sober. Hmm. Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. Get one of those in after all the news. There was a lot of news today. Lot of news. There we go. Ooh, save point. Nice. Oh, also, Sober. You are a massive 40K fan, as we know. So during the Skulls sale for Warhammer, I picked up Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2. Dude, the entire tutorial is the fall of Cadia. And it's awesome. Susan, I'm stuck again. I'm detecting a quantum processor nearby which is connected to the lockdown systems. If it's a quantum processor and you're a quantum cat, I wonder... Back when I got my powers, the Shadow Cat jumped into a quantum processor. Do you think I can do that when I'm theoretical? It's worth a shot. Keep meaning to play that one. It's something that I think what I might want to do is actually, like, play a little bit on stream at some point. Because I think you might get a kick out of it. I think anybody who's a 40K fan would actually get a kick out of it. Even if it's just the tutorial. Holy shit, is that tutorial insane. Non-alcoholic for your... hey, nothing wrong with that. Monies. I don't know what to tell you. I've had the team look into this 3 times now on your request, and there's just no way we can aftermarket fix this. You're just going to have to live with it. Waste more of my time with this problem, and I'll disconnect your entire department from power control, mark my words. Mandy. Dr. Anayan wrote, Mandy, can you fix the hounds so they stop salivating oil whenever my desk phone goes off? Okay, that's a bad joke. Oh, I do have a bad joke. I did lose 4 pounds this week, though. Shame it was only from my wallet. Yeah, that's fair. I do have 2 bad jokes for you guys, though. And they are both really bad. Hit us. I have an awful but clean joke when you're done. Well, both of these are clean. They're just bad. So the first one. This guy walks into a fish market with a trout under his arm and looks over to the fishmonger and says, hey, do you guys make fish cakes? Monger looks at him, kind of confused, and goes, yeah, no, of course we do. The guy goes, great, it's his birthday. I love and hate that in equal measure. The second one, are you guys aware that antelopes can jump higher than a 2-story building? It's true. It's actually because of two things. One, they have very nimble, limber, and powerfully strong legs. And two, buildings can't jump. Boo. Okay, here's mine. Where do rainbows go when they break the law? Prism, but it's only a light sentence to give them time to reflect. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, then bring this one over here. Good. And back. Nice. Mama Pirate hit me with that one while I was eating, which incidentally is how I learned you can't breathe a potato. That is true. You cannot breathe a potato. So if I go over here, do that. Here. Here. Yes. Damn it. Crap. Okay. But okay, so I still need to get rid of the lockdown. like so. Aha. There we go. Okay. So, oh boy. I randomly thought of the other day, the Micro Machines games, man, good time. You know what, every once in a while, I still think of just Micro Machines in general. Like, they had all the military Micro Machines, they had the Star Wars and the Star Trek Micro Machines. Those were amazing. I loved all of those. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what I gotta do. Restart it. There. Well, wait a minute. Jump up here. Jump up. I don't know where that went. Micro Machines wasn't... I actually still have some. Micro Maniacs wasn't awful either, but Micro Machines was great. Oh, Micro Machines was amazing. I actually saw a video not too long ago about what happened to them. Apparently, Micro Machines got bought out by another company. And because they got bought out by another company, they wanted to take it in a different direction. So they stopped producing like all the military and Star Trek and Star Wars stuff, which everybody loved. And tried to go another way with it, and it bombed really, 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 really hard. And I guess they tried to bring back Micro Machines recently, like within the last few years, but it just never caught on again. Hey, Fafo, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? Ah, crap. Well, after I have the Micro Machines van that folds out into a city, I never got rid of the old 90s toys because nostalgia, and also they worth a bit sometimes. That's true. That is true. Damn. Damn it. Six parts? Holy crap. Okay, so they are gonna both get sucked in. But I need to get over there to grab the card so that I can activate the camera, but I don't have the card. I think I'm missing something for this one. You bought it for like $5? Dude, it's crazy, isn't it? Okay, so I can do this. Go over here. Pull that. Good. Gimme. Aha. Okay. Oops. Nice. Monies. Unfortunately, that didn't do a whole hell of a lot for me either. It did close that door, though, so I do have to get that thing. Ah, crap. Wait a minute. Duh. There. Now... I wonder if that's gonna be enough. True, there he is, coming in for 41 months. Thank you so much, True. How you doing, buddy?
S5 Ashen salute.
How'd everything go, True? You're still out of state. No kidding. Wow. Damn, dude. I mean, hopefully you're having a good time. Extended a couple of times. I've done a lot too. Hell yeah. How long are you staying? And I still don't have that key card. Crap. Gone along the coast, visited Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum and the Oregon Aquarium. Nice. You don't know how long yet. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Finally got this darn app to work on my phone. Hey, Bleached, how you doing? So what, are you just taking a vacation? Is that all you're doing, True? Just kind of enjoying life? Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. If you don't mind me asking, how'd it go with, that person? Doing okay at Sister's house. They're gonna be mostly lurking and making sure the babies are not awake. Totally fair. Totally fair, Bleached. Been going great, but I gotta get home soon. Hey, you know, it is what it is, but glad to hear things are going well for you both. Glad to hear they're going really, really well. How is the 007 game? Is it worth full price? So without spoiling anything for you, Bleached, I have to preface this by stating that there is a character that we do see in the trailers. And said character is wearing a red bikini. And there was a point where we hadn't seen her in a while. And what I meant to say was, I wonder where, insert character's name here, is in her sexy red bikini. But wires in brain got crossed. I returned to monkey. Brain started to smooth. So what actually came out was, I wonder where sex girl is in red bikini. So I am also slightly biased because I have to rate the game sex girl out of 10. Having said that, in my opinion, it is the greatest James Bond game we have ever had since GoldenEye. Now, I'm not comparing it to GoldenEye because they are both vastly different. And I think that for the time, GoldenEye was absolutely leaps and bounds above everything else, but it's very, very, very difficult to compare First Light and GoldenEye because they are so very different to one another, but they are both in the same tier in terms of being like S-tier Bond games. So if you are looking for a really, really good Bond game that gives you, and I'm not spoiling anything because this is all in the trailers, but if you're looking for a really good Bond game that gives you the origin story of James Bond while still staying true to the series and being a soft reboot that also calls back to previous James Bonds and keeps things ambiguous, then yes, it is absolutely worth the price if you are a James Bond fan. 100% it is. If you're one of those people who likes James Bond movies, but it's not like a massive franchise for you or anything like that, is it still a great game? Absolutely, but maybe wait until it goes on sale. That's how I would look at it. But in all honesty, I had a blast with it. I mean, is it Bond Universe if no sex girl? That is true. That is very, very true. So yeah, no, it was a blast. I had a lot of fun with it. There are some pros and cons. We rated Tilted the other night. We rated Tilted on Saturday night, and they are still playing through First Light. They're having a lot of fun with it, but they said that they think they were only about halfway through, which that's fine. Even Flick was asking about the new 007 game. So to not spoil anything for you or Tilted or Flick or literally anybody else, because it is a game that I really feel like if you're a James Bond fan in any capacity, you should absolutely play for yourself. I think there are pros and cons to it, but I think there are pros and cons to literally every game, even 007 GoldenEye for the N64, right? If you look back on it now and you go back and you try and play it, let's be honest, and I'm not talking about like the decompiled version, and I'm not talking about like GoldenEye Source, I'm talking about on original hardware, GoldenEye 64. Even back then, there were things that could have been better, but because of the tech, it wouldn't happen, right? So, for instance, the frame rate would always take a crap when there was an explosion. If there were multiple explosions, you were screwed. If you were playing 4 players and you were, doing like proximity mines only, you could literally turn multiplayer into a slideshow. GoldenEye 64 was a game that was more like a highlight reel than it was an actual story, because they focused more on the FPS aspects of the game itself and turned some instances into more action stuff when it should have probably been more investigation stuff and so on, but that doesn't not make it a great game, right? The same can be said in a few things for First Light, but for different reasons. But I don't want to get into those because I don't want to spoil it for anybody, because it is still new, and I get it's not exactly the cheapest game in the world either. Does that make any sense? Okay, cool. Yeah. I again, I don't want to spoil anything for anybody if you didn't watch it here or anywhere else. So I'm reserving what I say until, everybody gets a chance to actually sit down and play it. Because again, it's not a cheap game. I get that. But is it fun? Is it worth it? Yes. One thing that I will say, and this is something that everybody kind of had a little bit of a fear of, it is not Hitman. It is absolutely not Hitman. Now, you can see where Hitman inspired a lot of the controls, But the good news is that there is enough different stuff going on when you are playing First Light where it doesn't even feel remotely close to Hitman, which is really, really, really good. Like, except for like the most basic of mechanics, it does not feel like Hitman, which is awesome. So here's to hoping this is the first of many games that IO Interactive does for James Bond, because I think they did a phenomenal job. I think they nailed basically every aspect of it. I liked all the characters. I thought the story was really well done. I thought the action was really well done. Yeah, it didn't feel like Hitman, and honestly, that's really about all I can say without going into depth so that I don't ruin it for everybody. But yeah, easily right up next to GoldenEye 64 for sure. Easily. Oh, God. What is wrong with me? Duh. You just hit the button. Just hit the button, dummy. There you go. I don't know why it took me that long to figure that one out, but it did. Oh, I gotta go get the card. Damn it. That's okay. Oh, it's timed. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. I see. There we go. Nice. Okay, that's just an extra thing. Did Warhammer fans see the news and the 2 trailers that came out? Orc Boy's gonna be excited. Which ones? If you have the links to them, I'll be more than happy to show them. If we haven't already seen them, and chances are I'd probably just show them again anyway. On your phone? Okay, yeah. I mean, even if you have the names, I can look them up. Okay, let's take a look. I am always up for 40K trailers. Which one is this? No, I did not see this, so chances are I didn't see the other one either. This one is the one I know the boys are going to be excited about. Ooh, okay. Itzy, are you ready for this? This be the boys. Because the boys are her babies. That's for sure. She might have gone to sleep, though. But let's see. What do we got?
You are invited to join a Warhammer 40,000 global battle. This summer, your first games of the new edition can help shape the lore of the 41st millennium.
Okay, FYI, if I remember correctly, they literally did this in... I want to say it was like from 2009 to like 2013 or something like that, where you have a bunch of people, they go into certain hobby shops and so on, and they actually determined what was going to happen with the fall of Cadia. But here's the thing. The fall of Cadia, because of the way that players did it, long story short, didn't go as well as they thought. So the fall of Cadia was very, very, very different when the players fixed it. Long story short, Chaos took over Cadia, but the Imperial fleet had them cornered because there were so many Imperial ships, and they wiped out all of Chaos and were actually able to get the pylons from being destroyed on Cadia, and they destroyed both Blackstone fortresses. So Chaos was literally just stuck on Cadia, and they couldn't do anything. So they had to retcon it for the fall of Cadia. So that was the first time they did something like this.
War rages across Armageddon as a vast Orc war clashes with a vengeful host of Space Marines sent to relieve the beleaguered Imperial defenders of the world. You can join the fight and help decide the fate of a vital hive city, Deathmire. Play your games at home and submit your results online, or join the action at your local Warhammer store. The campaign will run for 3 weeks from the 22nd of June. Battle over 4 locations in the city, 1 each week, with the 4th decided by events in local Warhammer stores. Play games with your new Armageddon set, or any other forces you like. After the dust settles, the Hive will stand or fall. Your battles will have decided the fate of a city on one of the most important worlds in the galaxy. Not only that, but each week the side in the Ascendancy will be rewarded with new model reveals for their faction. And at the end of the campaign, the victors will unlock new rules for use in games of Warhammer 40,000. By taking part, you'll also qualify to win one of 40 1,000-point armies of brand new Orcs or brand new Space Marines. The battle starts on June 22nd. That's the Monday after you've gotten your hands on your Armageddon box. You'll need a My Warhammer account to take part. Soldiers of Armageddon, make ready.
I like it. Now, see, here's the thing, okay? There's a bit of there's some caveats to this, because they tried this last time, and from what I understand, most of the community was really, really good about it. The problem is that there were a small handful of people that did try to cheat the system. So, I mean, let's face it, chances are none of us are going to be doing this, only because the tabletop is a very, very, very expensive thing, right? Very expensive. But if you are going to do it, or you know somebody who is going to do it, make sure that they read absolutely everything, because if it's not done the right way, regardless of what happens, this can be retconned in the future, and still might anyway. Just an FYI. So just keep that in mind. This is the next one, huh?
It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind in the war between gods. And master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might might of his inexhaustible armies. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so his may continue to burn. He is a rotting carcass, writhing with power, sustained by forbidden marvels.
These are really, really cool cinematics. I have never seen the Golden Throne in an actual CGI cinematic like this.
From the dark age of technology, to be alive in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times.
Oh, there's the Eldar.
Forget the power of technology inside.
There's the Mechanicus. There's the Necrons.
Much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding.
No, you really
For
don't.
in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. No peace amongst the stars. Only an eternity of carnage and slaughter.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Of carnage.
That's such a really cool picture. Literally, that's how they eat the worlds. That's cool. Typically you only read about it. This is cool.
And slaughter. And the laughter of thirsting gods. But the universe is a big place, and whatever happens, you will not be missed.
That's cool. That was a cool cinematic. The new edition begins in stores 20th June 2026. Cheery, just how I like my 40K. Yeah, no, this is really well done. So that's the newest edition. I think that's what, 11th? I think it's 11th edition. Which is insane. But yeah. New edition seems like it's going to be great. There was a thing, and I don't remember, I think it was Chapter Master Valric, or Varric, I can't remember his name. I see him every once in a while on YouTube. He kind of crashed out, and I don't know why, but apparently he had some sort of a crash out over 11th edition, and I should probably go back and watch it, but it's like an hour and a half long or something like that. Dark Tide has some amazing quotes like that. My favorite being, "Take no comfort, there is none." Fair. Totally fair. But yeah, I think it was Chapter Master Varric. He had some sort of crash out, but to be fair, a lot of people don't particularly care for Primaris Marines. and a lot of people don't particularly care for money that they've spent over the last decade or 20 years, and now all of a sudden there are models that are going away, and according to 11th edition, aren't going to be part of it anymore because there's new stuff coming out. So, for instance, one of the big ones that's rumored to no longer be part of any edition, starting with this new one, is going to be the Rhino. Because Primaris Marines, there was always an issue where, from what I understand, you either can only fit so many Primaris Marines in a Rhino, or you can't fit them in a Rhino because they're too big. Like, physically in the lore, Primaris Marines are so big, either you have, like, if you're lucky, half of what you could normally fit in a Rhino, or you just can't fit them at all. So they're taking Rhinos completely out. So it's stuff like that, which, to be fair, I can understand. You know, you spend, 15, 20 years, God knows how many thousands of dollars and how many thousands of hours, putting everything together and priming it and painting it, whether it be a custom chapter or whether it be, like a lore specific chapter or whatever. And then you're literally told, oh yeah, that like $8,000 that you spent? Yeah, no, it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of a shit deal. A single Primaris Marine must be transported in a 26 by 27 meter envelope. Yeah, so a lot of people aren't happy, right? Because now they have models that they can't do anything with, which is a massive bummer. So, like, and it'd be one thing if it was like, oh, well, I can just do homebrew and who cares? And I'm sure that there's a lot of people who are still going to be using their models for homebrew, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you actually want to, do anything competition-wise or officially, you have to abide by those rules, which means now you're spending extra money and extra time to make everything the way that it should be if you want your chapter or your group or whoever to be counted officially. And it's because it was counted officially, and now they're changing everything up, and now it's no longer official. Which is kind of a crap thing. Especially for, like, Space Marines, because think about it. Imagine your favorite, like, chapter, for whatever reason, is the Ultramarines, right? Okay, now there's nothing wrong with liking Ultramarines. They are the poster boys, I get it. But in the lore, the Ultramarines got, from what I understand, like, the most Primaris Marines out of literally any other chapter, save for chapters that were almost completely destroyed, such as like the Salamanders and Lamenters and like a couple of things, right? But generally speaking, you will and should be seeing the majority of a person's army, if they're Ultramarines, now being Primaris Marines. So if they put in the rule in 11th edition that you have to have X amount of Primaris Marines, and you can only have X amount of older Marines, such as, say, like Intercessors or Devastators, because the Primaris Marines have new kinds of Marines that are called things differently, or worst case scenario, you can no longer have Intercessors, you can no longer have Devastators, you can no longer have Assault Marines and things like that. Oof. Because now they have to spend thousands of dollars, and there's models that they spent God knows how much time and money on, and they can't even use them, and they can't be official anymore. So I can understand the aggravation, for sure. Model obsolescence sucks because rules financial sink. Lore-wise, I just discard or keep what I agree with and enjoy what I don't as an alternate timeline. So in my 40k, Cadia hasn't fallen, Primaris don't exist. It's sort of kind of original Dawn of War era, but if I want to play an actual tabletop game, I'm ball bagged. And that's exactly what I mean. Homebrew, you're perfectly fine. I don't think anybody in their right mind would have a problem if you have like a bunch of Primaris and a bunch of what they're calling Legacy Marines and you mixing it up with both of them, because the only thing it's going to do is make things more complicated for the person who has to switch back and forth between Legacy and Primaris rules. But if you want to play officially, you're kind of boned, which really sucks. You know? So I get it. I totally get it. Oh, actually, I know we're derailing here, and I apologize again, but welcome to my world. So I wanted to show you guys something really quick, actually. So I have been looking, and I've been looking into how to go about things for Vampire the Masquerade. I'm just waiting for the big E model, and he's just 40,000 points, probably. So I have been looking into stuff for VTM. It is still in the works. Spoke with a couple of people. Spoke with Aelin and Lance because I know that they have experience with it because they run D&D and they've been running D&D online and stuff like that for quite a while now. Tabletop Simulator seems to be the best way to go, and here's why. This is a Tabletop Simulator setup for 5th edition Vampire the Masquerade. So you have fillable character sheets, you have map markers included. I don't know how the map stuff works as of yet, but I think it'd be cool to find out. Storyteller screen, so you got all that stuff. That's cool too, right? Storyteller space, so you got all the stuff here. You can look stuff up if needed. That's really cool. V5 vampire dice, which is really cool. So it looks great. Here's the issue, though. The issue is that, again, I don't know how this map stuff works. That's something that I'd have to figure out. However, I thought about it. Now, I can't, at least it's my understanding, and I'm not entirely sure. For these maps, they can only be 2D images, right? However, there is a thing that we did see on, I think it was either Friday or Saturday. I can't remember what, but we were looking up cozy games and stuff. And there is a thing for Steam. It's not out yet. I don't know when it's coming out, but I want to see if maybe there is an equivalent possibly for Tabletop Simulator. And if not, what I'd do is I'd switch things up a bit, and I'd use this. And what we do is, for something like this, I'd have it so that, well, everybody would be in like Discord anyway, right? But then to make things even better, everybody would be in Discord, and then what I'd do is I'd set up a thing and then share it with Stream and share it with everybody who's playing, and what we'd have is something along the lines of this. So what I do is I would make a diorama of specific locations, and again, I might have to speed up like the actual like physical year so that it would be in Cyberpunk, but make a diorama of specific locales and then take a picture of it at certain angles so that we would know where everybody is and we could use markers and so on.
There's just something about a cyberpunk city at night. The neon glow, the pouring rain, that feeling that every nook holds a story. In our small cyberpunk diorama game, There's no pressure, no goals, just vibes. Kick back and build a cozy corner in a city that feels alive. Dress it with handcrafted props. Place people into your world. Then sit back and just admire your creation. Cozy isn't always sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes it glows. Welcome to Midnight Moments.
So that's something that I am looking at. I don't know how it's going to pan out. This does look really, really, really good. But again, I don't know how well it would work with something like this. This is really, really, really cool, but I am looking more into it and so on because I kind of feel like before I start giving out stuff to everybody, it kind of makes a hell of a lot of sense to have an idea or to have something set in stone as to, okay, we're going to use this to make sure that everybody can connect and it all works and everything else before I hand all that crap out, because it would really suck if we're like, okay, we got all the characters and everything taken care of, and now we got to wait 6 months because I have no fucking idea how we're going to do it. You know what I mean? That's my take on it anyway. But I am looking into it. It is still being worked on and so on. It's not DOA. But that's kind of the biggest challenge is how do I make it as immersive for people? Actually, let me show you something. If I can find it. That was the wrong button to hit. Here. Let's go here. And then let's do Acquisitions Incorporated, right? Mega playlist, sure. We're not going to watch all of it. I want to go down to the shows. Yeah, let's do this one. It's 2013, but should still give us a pretty good idea. So if you look, typically there's not a whole hell of a lot. And even they started out with something like, you know, like foam board and there was glitter and it's kind of got a map and everything like that. Great. That's not terrible, right? See if I can get a better picture of it. Yeah, right? So it was just a board, stuff like that. There was a camera that looked straight down on the board so you could see where all the players were and so on. And it was just paper and pencil and dice. Great. Then let's skip ahead. And this is kind of what I want to do. If I can find another live one. PAX Unplugged. No, that's way too... Let me see. Let's see about this one. Okay. Okay. So if you look here, they have like an actual diorama. Which is really, really, really cool. Let me skip ahead here. See if I can get a better shot of it. Actually, it'd probably be further back when they reveal the diorama, because they started doing dioramas, which is really, really, really cool. And they're 3D dioramas, which I'd really love to be able to do in something like TTS, but I don't know if that's something that can be done. Okay, here we go.
Your Cosmohopper at this point is simply out of power.
Okay. It's in one big piece.
It is in one big piece right beside the river Styx, but there is a much larger machine looming over your transport device, and that is the giant infernal war machine of the real Jim Darkmagic.
Still bad. Oh my god. Yeah.
So you can see, like, and again, this isn't the best one that they've ever done, but they have, like, 3D dioramas, and it's really, really cool. I want to see if I can do that for cityscapes or locales things. That's what I would really, really love to do. Problem is I'm also working on a shoestring budget. So trying to do something like that could get very costly, especially if I have to hire an artist or anybody who knows A, anything about Tabletop Simulator, or B, even an artist just to try and come up with 3D locales and stuff like that in order to pull it off, right? Worst case scenario, you know, and I say worst case scenario, but it'd probably be best for everybody anyway, is if, say, like I hired an artist, say like Dawn, and Dawn came up with certain cityscapes that I asked him for and so on, and then it could just kind of be like plastered over the screen for everybody on stream, so that everybody who's not actively playing in it could just sit there and look at the screen, or, you know, have like an overview map or whatever. But Tabletop Simulator seems to be the way to go, because even though Roll20 has a lot of really positive things for it, the problem with Roll20 is that it is subscription based. So not only would I have to pay for the subscription, but I would have to pay for whatever the other stuff is on top of that, and everybody else, from my understanding, possibly would also have to be subscribed to Roll20 as well. So it has a lot of assets, it has a lot of really cool things, but everybody has to be subbed to it. I'm trying to do this as economically as possible while still trying to give everybody an experience. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? It's a back and forth kind of deal. What was the last one I went to? Oh yeah, I went to the Fortnite one, if I remember correctly. They kind of did like a Fortnite deal with it. So yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at with VTM right now. That's currently what I'm looking at. We'll get there. Okay, here, camera, kitty. Nice. So yeah, I am definitely working on it, but I need to figure out the systems so that we can all have fun. That's kind of a big deal, you know? Plus, there's also a lot of production stuff that I have to do on the back end, which I know seems kind of weird. Seems like kind of a weird thing, but it's like I gotta find like copyright-free music. I gotta come up with like the title card. I gotta come up with BRB screens. I gotta come up with like, once the characters are made, I gotta sit down and I gotta like work out how we can get the characters and everything on screen so that people know who's talking and when, and dice rolls and all that stuff, right? I got to figure out all of that. So it's complicated. It's really complicated. Wonder who you'll play? I don't know. That's a good question. Who will you play? But it is still very much in the works. I am still working on it on the back end, so yeah. Actually, wait, why am I doing this? There's no reason for me to do this anymore. I mean, I could get monies, but eh. There we go. Good. Good. Because there's two groups of people, and this might sound weird, but there's two groups of people that I have to satisfy. There's everybody who's going to be playing, but then there's also everybody who's going to be watching, and those are kind of two huge deals. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where I really have to figure out how things are going to get done and how things are going to roll with that, for sure. Because yeah, I think that's kind of a big part of it. Even if people just listen, right? Even if they only have me on in the background, and they're doing stuff. Let's face it, a lot of people on Twitch do that. And they're doing stuff on, their primary monitor, and we're on the secondary monitor, and they're just listening to this story unfold and so on. There's nothing wrong with that. That's okay, but I gotta make it pleasing for them as well. Otherwise, they're just gonna tune right out, and then who cares? Probably some sort of insufferably haughty British aristocrat who lived in medieval times and thinks cars are a horrible downgrade from horses, but nonetheless comes through when you need him. I mean, there are tons of things. So the other thing, too, and just remember this, is that no idea is necessarily bad at all. However, because I'm still looking out as to how we're going to make this system work, it could go back and forth between a couple of different, physical ages. So just keep that in mind for now. But ideas are always good in terms of coming up with one for a character, for sure. You'll also need to round us all up for a 101 on TOS before any broadcasts. Well, I have to do that. I also have to, and it looks like it would be 6 people. So we're looking at 6 people, possibly 7. And every single one of you is going to have an episode 0. So where do you guys start out? Where your characters start out, and so on. And basically what I do is I'd start the stream, I'd have one person in Discord, we'd go through your character stuff, bring you up to a certain point, but it would be a tutorial basically for you, and kind of show you how everything works and whatnot, so that at the very least you know the basics, and then we can get everybody together, and now we all know the basics, and we can start from there. So yeah, I mean, it'd be a 101 for the TOS stuff. It'd be an episode 0, so we'd be looking at least 6 episode 0s before literally anything else is done. And that's once the system is set up. That is once I have the music, whether I make the music or whether I find copyright-free stuff. That is once, I do intro videos. That is once your characters are all made up. That's once I get the systems for overlays and whatnot set up and so on. And so it's a lot and it's complicated. So yeah. But to be fair, whether it be you, Aelin, True, I know Spoiled is fine as well. I know Sophia would be fine, Spectre, Itzy, Bleached, whomever, right? Generally speaking, the 101 for the TOS stuff would be perfectly fine. Easy peasy stuff. It's also not something you need to do after a weekend you spent most of awake. Well, so here's the thing. This is kind of like the biggest issue is getting everybody together once a week at the very least and scheduling it so that I know everybody can be there for a certain period of time every single week for as long as it goes. That's a tall order. Now, for streamers, typically it's fine, right? We stick to a schedule. I start at 7 p.m. my time. I end at 1 a.m. my time. That's not that big of a deal. But let's say Itzy has something going on that day. Okay, well, Itzy's got something going on that day. It's not that big of a deal, right? Itzy's character went off and she's doing something on her own. That can be easily taken care of. But now all of a sudden, the next week comes. Itzy can't be there. Sober can't be there. Okay, well, now we have 2 people that are out, so now we're down to 4, right? So now I have to kind of adjust things. Let's say the next week, Sober's back, Itzy's still away. Okay, fair enough, but now we're back up to 5. Now that 4th week, we've got 4 people out of 6 who just can't be there, right? Birthday party, there's a family emergency, somebody's going to be out of town for a week, or like it's all these things, right? Even in the best of times, doing a D&D thing every single week in person can be incredibly challenging, or even a VTM thing can be incredibly challenging. So the thought process is, okay, well, if we don't have enough people, if, like, let's say we're missing half, unless I can come up with a story and I've got, more than enough heads up, then what I can do is go, hey guys, listen, there was some sort of emergency or whatever, and I'd send a message out to everybody else who's still there. We'll do a party game. You know what I mean? I have no foreseeable scheduling conflicts, fortunately. All my work is remote and jugglable. Crusty jugglers. Yeah, no, and I get it. It's just, I also have to be cognizant of the fact that you guys have lives, right? You got stuff you have to do. Itzy's got stuff she has to do. Spoiled has stuff she has to do. Aylin, whoever else, right? There are things that need to be done. Aylin might be going to a convention with Lance. Okay, cool, right? But that means that they're going to be out of commission from at least Friday or Saturday, or possibly at the earliest even Thursday through Sunday. Stuff like that I have to take into account. You know what I mean? It's one of those deals. So there's a lot of moving pieces. There's definitely a lot of moving pieces. I will obviously keep you in the loop regarding if I'm out to the front line, as that's unavoidable. No. And again, that's totally fair, and obviously 100%, like, the whole thing is this is supposed to be fun. It's something that we can all get together and do, and that's great. But if you want people to watch and you want people to be invested in your characters and you want people to be invested in the story, it has to have some sort of regularity to it. So it becomes one of those deals where, on my end, as the person running it, I have to keep up with schedules, I have to keep up with production, I have to keep up with all these different things. Who knows? There may even come a time where maybe there's a special guest that comes in and they play like a certain part, or they play a certain role, and they might only be there for a couple of episodes, but it's interspersed between like an entire storyline. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that need to be considered. It's not just, unfortunately, because we're all online, because I'm a streamer, everybody has to be okay with, all right, I'm going to be seen by people online. The people are going to know what my voice sounds like, right? People are going to know these different things. You know, people are going to know who I play. People are going to become invested in these characters, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's definitely got to be a cognizant thing, for sure. That special guest better be Flicker clad, and always. Well, I mean, you got Flick, you've got Tilted. Who knows? Maybe something bees, which would be amazing. We love bees. You got Silasism. You know, I mean, there could be other guests who are also streamers and stuff like that that we know. There's tons of different things, but it's as the DM or the storyteller, I have to be the one to make sure that everything is the way that it needs to be, so that once we get to actually doing it on stream, everything is smooth as butter. You know what I mean? Yes, Basil Vamp Ilapog. Hang on. Okay, now you're making me do a thing. Give me a second. Okay, well, that's not it. Hang on. Okay, that's not it either. Damn it. That's also not... Damn it. Hang on. Lesai, where is the thing? Yep. Good. No. No. Damn it! Where is it? Aha! Found it. Okay. There. Okay, there we go. You will be happy to know, Sober, that I just messaged bees, and in all caps I went, I have an idea for the future that was just brought to my attention. And I went, now hear me out, and it doesn't have to be this character, but Sober brought it up and I thought it was funny. Basil Vamp Ilapog. That is all. We cut the system's budget to the bone here. There's nothing else to take out. The Concierge AI is already running on distributed memory backups with limited capacity, and the engineering staff has been reduced to one intern with ideas above his station. You want me to empty the water out of the coolers and spray it back up the taps? Road. Miss Fangsworn wrote, don't kid me around, Road. Your department is costing us nearly 3 figures every month. Cut more, cut harder, or we'll cut you out. Here, and now I can go down in here. System Control West. Okay. Oh, wait. I think I see. Maybe. Not really. Shit. Ass shit. Oh, wait a minute. No. No. Basil Van Bilepog also feels very Call of Cthulhu, which is another one I want in on. There was one and I had a character lined up, but alas, I was ill. Yeah, that's a bummer. 'Tis a bummer. Ooh. Oh, that's why I was on the ledge. Damn. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Duh. Ow. How did you get through my security protections? I'm a cat. If I shouldn't be somewhere, that's where I'll be. Cards on the table. I'm out of moves here. What are you going to do to me? Oh, nothing drastic. Just a little something called a duckling protocol. Ever heard of it? No. I'm gonna wipe your memory and become your new administrator. You wouldn't dare. Watch me. Okay, Susan, I'm in the AI core. What's next? There's a paired input terminal, but it's firewall protected. You gonna hack that real quick? Alas, no. The firewall is physical, so you'll have to get your paws dirty. There are 4 firewall circuits that need to be disconnected. They're just clipped in place, so a good tug will pop them out. What do they look like? They're the same as the ones you encountered in the camera control area. They have blinking lights on them and a nice biteable part for you to pull on. You can't miss them. Okay, well there's one. Oh, okay, I see. Here. Nice. That's 2. Hedgehog squeak still cracks me up. This is a really cute, but also really, really fun and interesting game. No, damn it. Okay. Truck Simulator is a lot of fun. Absolutely. I also have Euro Truck Simulator. Okay, Susan, I'm ready to install the Duckling protocol. Excellent. You should see a paired input security terminal. This is a failsafe measure. Simultaneous data input required. No problem for a cat that can be in 2 places. You'll have to repeat a sequence of inputs a few times. Then place your paw on the touchscreen to confirm. Once you're done, I'll do the rest. Wait! What for? Please don't Duckling protocol me. Nice try. Won't work. What? Oh. There we go. Oh, crap. There we go. I have to do that one fast. Good work, Mittens. I'm sending the Duckling protocol over now. It's not working. The concierge AI seems to be resisting the code update. Too right I am. Get out of my brains. I can't get the protocol to install while concierge AI is resisting. You need to find a way to disrupt the AI's concentration. I'm on it. Oh, wait a minute.
Party mode has been unlocked.
Oh my god.
Spam your memes for free.
Sophia is coming in hot, heavy, and sweaty with 5 gifted subs.
Gamasuit drone. Low brass rumble, distant thunder of drums. The shadow grows. We leave the kitchen behind, the spices are forgotten. The pots are silent. We ascend the stairs to the throne room. The Schrödinger realm is in chaos. Orange cats run wild in the halls. The loot, it is here, and it is not, but from the fog of war, a sovereign rises, not a chef, a king. All hail is
Sophia Fantasy is leading this hype train.
Continuation of heavy rhythm, choir chanting in background. Orange cats upon the wall, they hear the royal trumpet call. Quantum loot in boxes deep, a promise that the shadows keep. Chat is screaming for a feast, but chaos in the east and east. The kingdom needs a steady hand, the ruler of the Shadowland. All hail the Shadow King, long live the Shadow King. Bow down to the shadow, bow down to the king. All hail the Shadow King. Look upon the royal court where dukes and duchesses resort. I am spoiled, throws the gold. The story of the bravest told at CBC. Stands so proud she screams it to the cloud. Gifts are flying through the air, a kingdom built by bits and share. All hail the Shadow King, long live the Shadow King. Bow down to the shadow, bow down to the king. All hail the Shadow
Time remaining 2 minutes.
Snare drum roll accelerating. Brass stabs rising. The diamonds are shining. The jewels are mine. The crown fits. The light is fading from the throne room. The treasury runs low. The orange cats, they are starving. The quantum loot is blinking out of existence. The train is dying. Who will save the dynasty? Who pays the king's tax? The kingdom is falling. Who will save us? Now. We need more gold to keep the seed. We need more sub to make it sweet. The crown jewels, the diamond cards protect us from the starving
Time
gods.
remaining
Restore the
1 minute.
win the fight. The timer is the
Just
enemy.
2 more subs for the next level.
Shadow King! Bow down! Shadow King! Bow down! Diamonds! Shine bright! Diamonds! Shine bright!
30 seconds. Time is running out.
Lunch is cancelled. We feast on victory.
Sophia Fantasy gifted a sub. There is only 12 seconds left. The hype train is at level 3. Sophia Fantasy gifted a sub.
The chat never sleeps. It's on the line, chat is unstoppable. Subs coming in, choo, 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 choo. Hype, 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 hype. Wheels keep rolling.
Train keeps moving. Train keeps moving.
Gift a sub, watch it stack. Feed the train, don't look back. Bits, subs, bit subs. This level will not be our last.
Boost the train. Boost the train.
Chat cheer bits, train goes choo choo, emotes flying, beautiful blur. More, 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 more. Clock is ticking. The train don't stop. The train don't stop. Chat keeps it rolling, 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 Next train boarding, 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 boarding.
Time remaining 2 minutes. Time remaining 1 minute. 4 subs away from the next level. Seconds. Time is running out. There is only 12 seconds left. Successfully reached its destination.
Sophia coming in with 5 gifted subs and then kept the train a-rolling. My God, with 2 more gifted subs. Sophia, thank you so much. I had to go quiet because this is a thing that we just learned today. Apparently, when you guys get to the hype train where you can start creating those different songs, it saves it. So that first song was the one we didn't get to the other day, and it just saved it and played it first, which is awesome. So that means that even if, for whatever reason, the subtrain doesn't make it to the next song, the next time a subtrain hype happens, it will play that one. Can you use that for music or something else? So here's the really cool part. I looked it up. All of this is copyright free because it is done by AI. So I can cut things up and I can actually use it for sound alerts or sub alerts or whatever. So I can actually do that, which is really, really cool. I love that Shadow King. I was kind of amazed with that one. I didn't know how that one was going to come out, but my God, that was insanely good. All hail the Shadow King. And hang on, because now we gotta derail for a second. There's a thing that I now have to do. And it gave me this idea, and I'm going to have to come up with a new thing. Hang on one second. Let me go through here. Now you just need praise be to the Shadow King. Oh boy. Well, hang on one second. Let's go to channel. Maybe. I need to find out where... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's under here? Ah, yes. Here we go. Perfect. So now I am going to have to come up with a thing, and I'm going to have to do it later tonight. The channel points will no longer be called council coins. They will now be called shadow diamonds. And Sophia, it's great to see you. How are you doing? How are the things? And that means, and there are, and I'll show you this, that means that now I also have a thing to represent channel points, and I will have to come up with something for shadow diamonds, which is really cool. Oh man, I am so full. Ooh, what'd you have for dinner? So I will have to make things tonight. And I will have to add those other things in for sure. Oh, you had shrimp scampi? Ooh, that's good stuff. I had pot roast, which actually came out really, really, really good. Oh my God, it came out good. From Red Lobster, nice. Very nice. Yeah, so actually, so what it was, because groceries were ordered. Did you food porn channel that? I did not, sadly. And here's the reason why. I actually still might be able to, because I'll check it. I'll see how much I got left, and I'll probably make a plate after stream and then food porn channel it. But long story short, it was a pre-packaged pot roast thing, so it had everything in there that was needed. Right, it had the potatoes, it had the onions, had the carrots. I added a couple of, just mushrooms in there and stuff just to give it a little bit of flavor. Plus, I like mushrooms. But it had everything else in there. So all I needed to do is I put it in the slow cooker this morning, and then I let it go all day. And the only thing that I had to do was make the gravy. So I took the juices from the slow cooker once it was done. and I took everything else out of the slow cooker actual like pot portion, and then I added cornstarch, a little bit of beef bouillon, like the Better Than Bouillon stuff, and coffee, and mixed it up until it became a gravy. That is literally all I did, but everything else came out really, really, really good. And I don't know how, but this is the first time in a long time I've actually had it like this. And maybe it was because of the pot roast itself. But the gravy gave it a very buttery velvet texture when you poured it over the potatoes and the pot roast itself. Yes, coffee. So what you do, and this is an old trick. So my mother taught me this, and she learned it from her mother, who learned it from her mother, and so on. But what you do is, if you're making a gravy for a beef product, what you do is, especially if it's being slow cooked, you take whatever it is, pot roast or whatever, out of the juices that it's been cooking in all day. And then you take it and you put it on a burner on a stove, and then you mix in flour or cornstarch, obviously, to thicken it. And then you take a little bit of, whether it be beef bouillon or beef broth or whatever, mix that in. And then what you do is you take about 1/4 cup of coffee and you add that in as well. And what it does is it brings out that beef flavor. It really makes that beef flavor pop. So it's not just this, oh, here's juices and you have to add salt and pepper and like all this other crap to kind of make it like, you know, really decent. It really, really, really makes a nice bold beef flavor, which is really cool. And then all you have to do is add a little bit of salt and pepper to taste, and that's it. That's all you got to do. So, yeah. Again, if you're slow cooking something all day, and it's like a beef product or something, once it's done, take it out, take the juices, put it on a burner, add in beef bouillon or Better Than Bouillon or beef broth, add in cornstarch or flour to thicken it, and add about 1/4 cup of coffee. And then wait until it thickens, taste it, and add salt and pepper to taste, and that's it. That's all you need to do. Really, really, really good. Really good. And here's the other really cool thing. Because you're adding coffee. You know how, like, and I'm sure we've all had this, but you know how, like, when you have a pot roast or like a roast dinner or something like that, it kind of drops like a bomb in your stomach? I'm sure, Sober, you've had that, and Sophia, you've had that too, right? Screeches to a halt. Okay. Because you add the coffee to the gravy, it also helps with you not having a food coma after. Because it's got caffeine in it now. Now, depending on how much you eat, you still might end up in said food coma, but you're also not going to be sleeping like 13 hours, right? You may only go, oh, I kind of need a nap, and only sleep like maybe 20, 30 minutes or whatever, and then you're back up. Right? But it definitely does help with the food coma, which is really, really, really nice. So, like, I had it tonight, and I was like, oh, I'm full. But you know what? I could take a nap, and to be fair, I did. But I was up in plenty of time to start the stream on time. Plenty of time. So yeah, that's my little spiel with coffee and gravy. And again, Sophia, thank you so much. Holy crap, that is incredibly generous and kind of you. Really, really appreciate that. And now I have to make all sorts of sub alerts and all that stuff. Oh, my mind. It hurts. Susan? Should the concierge AI be moaning like that? Oof, my brains. Yep, it's perfectly normal. Don't forget, AIs have feelings. They can't be creative. Or don't have feelings. Anything an AI generates is devoid of worth and merit. That's a very strong refutation of AI, Susan. You betcha. My thoughts and dreams splash to the four winds. Has the process completed yet? No, it's still dragging on. My mind is going, I can feel it. I'm afraid. I think... Oh, no! He's doing the HAL route. Oh, shit. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer due. I think it's done. Great! Now we wait for it to reboot. Hello. Unto whomst might one be speaking? Hi, I'm Mittens. Mittens, delighted to make your acquaintance. Let me see, you seem to be the first user I have encountered. It's your lucky day. You are now my administrator. I will do whatever you ask. Now we're cooking. AI, show me the way out of this accursed facility, please. Can do. Simply head to the main elevator on your left and... Oh. Oh? It appears my knowledge of this facility has been completely eradicated. It's like my memory has been wiped or something. Lazy Susan. What's up, Chief? This duckling protocol, excuse me, it works by wiping the concierge's AI memory, right? Yeah, smart idea, hey? Was this memory wipe in any way selective? Like, does it delete any pertinent information? Like, knowledge of the facility and how to escape from it? It wouldn't wipe that part of the memory, would it? Susan? Great news, Chief! I got a new mission for you. You need to scour this facility for concierge AI backup data. We can feed that into the concierge AI and it will open a path to freedom. Eventually. Susan, when I get out of here, I'm going to spin your spinny chair so fast, your glasses will fly off your adorable snout. Thank goodness I have a second pair. Anyway, head back to the maintenance hub and we can debrief. Excuse me. You now have access to the main elevator. Use the main elevator to the west to move between locations that you have discovered. Susan is so cute, though. You are here. Systems Control East, I guess? I don't know. There wasn't anything in here, if I remember correctly. That's the quantum... Well, that was one of the quantum processor things. Ooh, I got a money. Did I ever thank you for telling me to buy the Nissan over the VW Beetle because we have saved so much money? Dude, I'm just glad that I was able to help. Nissan, I'll be honest, Nissan is something that grew on me. And I'll give you the reason why. But both my decision was made both off of Volkswagen, my experience firsthand and secondhand with Volkswagen and Nissan. So my buddy bought a Mark III Jetta, Wolfsburg edition. It was a 1999, and it was actually a really, really fun car. It was. The problem is that the damn thing was older. And because it was older, things go, and it's a Wolfsburg edition Jetta, so long story short, it was beaten on. That's how Volkswagen works, right? Same thing with BMWs. People beat on them. Now, he wasn't doing anything drastic or anything like that, but they are a massive pain in the ass to take apart. The reasoning behind why you have to take certain things apart to get to other things makes zero sense, which means it costs you a shit ton of money and a shit ton of time just to actually get to the thing that you need to replace. And then the part itself, if it's not something like a light bulb or a fuse, if it has to come from Volkswagen, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. So it takes 3 to 4 times longer than it should to do even something like a headlight bulb change. No bullshit. And the part itself costs like maybe $2 for a new bulb replacement, right? But you're going to spend 8 to 9 hours taking the car apart and putting it back together. That's not even including really, really expensive stuff. Now, Nissan, on the other hand, same buddy who owned this Jetta, and he also owned a Mark IV Jetta, and it was the same problem with both the Mark III and the Mark IVs. His dad owned, let me see if I can bring it up, and I will show you the one that he had, and it was actually really, really cool. I can't believe I actually remember the year. That's the one. Let me see if I can find the right color so you guys know exactly which one I'm talking about. Okay, now this is not my buddy's dad's exact vehicle, but it's the same color, same trim levels, same everything, right? So he owned, brand new, when it first came off the showroom floor, a 2002 Nissan Maxima with the spoiler in the back, and it had premium wheels, and it had all the bells and whistles, right? Really, really, really fun car to drive. It was an automatic, and that's okay. No bullshit. His dad, anal retentive as he was, made this a really good thing. And the reason why was because if there was anything small, he'd take care of it on the Maxima. We would actually help him out a lot of the time on it. This was in 2009, 2010, somewhere around there, okay? He had this since it was brand new in 2000. It was late 2001 when he bought it, because that's typically when they bring out the 2002 model. So this thing was brandy new when he bought it. He drove, I want to say it was 2.5 to 3 hours to work one way every day. So he would spend 2.5 to 3 hours one way, 4 to 5 hours every day, back and forth to work. And he'd leave at like 3 in the morning so that he could go to work, do what he needed to do, and then come back, and he'd be home typically before like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was all highway driving for him, minus, you know, having to stop off and doing a little bit of city driving once he got off the highway. I don't know if my buddy still has this car in particular, and it would be a shame if he didn't. But I can tell you that by the time he ended up inheriting the car from his dad, because his dad ended up buying an Infiniti, which is essentially just a luxury Nissan, a luxury sport Nissan, I should say. This car had 487,000 miles on it, and the only major thing that we ever had to replace on this car was the water pump. I don't know of many other cars that can claim that. That's insanely high praise. We never had to deal with electronic issues. We never had to deal with refilling the AC. We never had to deal with, you know, I mean, there's standard stuff like, you know, every once in a while the brakes have to be changed, you know, brake discs and brake pads. That's not, I don't consider that major, right? But, you know, you'd have to, you know, do all the regular maintenance stuff, change the oil every X amount of miles, change out your brake pads and discs, just general stuff, change a light bulb if the headlight or the tail light went out, and so on, right? Stuff like that. Even shocks. I believe the rear shocks went. Again, I wouldn't consider that major. Changing shocks is easy. We did stuff to this car, but again, this car was 8 years old, almost 500,000 miles on the odometer, and literally the only thing major that we ever had to do, and I call it major because you had to take a lot of stuff off the engine to actually get to it, so it was down for an entire weekend. The only major thing we ever had to do to this car was change out the water pump. That was it. And we did that ourselves. So literally the only thing it cost was he paid his son or my buddy, he paid him and me the time that we spent putting it all together, and we walked away with like $100 each. Because it still cost less than what it would have cost to bring it to a Nissan dealership to have them deal with it and pay through the nose for the part. And a water pump is probably the least major thing that he ever had to do. So I earned a very, 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 very deep respect for Nissan. So far, we've only dealt with a cracked front spring, and it costs not much at all. Good. Glad to hear it. And I can tell you flat out, if you keep up with maintenance and you baby that thing will last you for a very, very, very long time. They are great machines. They work incredibly well. They're awesome, awesome, awesome vehicles. Awesome vehicles. What Nissan did you end up going with? Or Nissan? I know that they call it Nissan over in the UK. It's a Note. Let me see here. It's a subcompact, huh? Let's take a... Oh, okay. I've seen these before. Yeah, these are fun little cars. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot in the front end. There's definitely a lot in the front end. There's no doubt about it. But, I mean, that for a subcompact car, or even something like this, which is a little bit bigger, there's still a lot crammed into the front end. But to be fair, these are, from what I understand, very economical cars in terms of gas mileage. I I don't know how they are on crash tests, but to be fair, I know like American safety ratings and UK safety ratings are vastly different, so it's not even worth me trying to get into. But Nissan usually has a really, really, really good record when it comes to safety ratings. Welcome back, Sophia. So yeah, I'm glad that you got it, and I'm glad that you're having really good luck with it. We don't fork out much on petrol. Good. Yeah, it should be very, very economical. So I'm really, really glad that it all worked out for you. You looking for a new? No, I'm not looking for a new car. Yeah, no, he was thanking me for recommending Nissan over Volkswagen, mostly because he was looking at when he was looking at getting a new car, for him and Mama Pirate. There was either this or there was a Volkswagen that he was looking at, and I told him my experience, go with the Nissan. And I told him a story, and I can actually tell it to you as well. And he did, and literally they've only had like one thing that's actually been wrong, and it didn't cost them much at all, and the thing's been very economical and very good, and safety ratings for Nissan are usually insanely good, and like all that stuff. And here's my story on Nissan versus Volkswagen, okay? And I'll tell it to you as well. So let's do I'll bring up the car. So I'm trying to find a stock one. Okay, here we go. So this is a 1999 Nissan, or no, sorry, 1999 Volkswagen Jetta Wolfsburg Edition, right? It's a sporty little thing. It's fun. Don't get me wrong, but people beat on these because they're German cars. Not in a bad way, but because German cars are very high performance, right? So people tend to beat the crap out of them, and they do. To replace the light bulb, I'm not even kidding. To replace the light bulb in this vehicle, this is actually a Mark IV. This isn't a Mark III. This is the Mark III. No, that's not the Mark III. Okay, screw it. This one. Yeah. This is the Mark III. So, to replace the light bulb in the driver's side, or even in the passenger side, no bullshit. Do you know what you have to do? You open up the hood, you take all the plastic off on the top of the engine, and then you have to take the grill off, which is all kind of one piece that goes right underneath each headlight lens. And then after that, you have to take the bumper off, and you have to take the bumper and the grill off because you have to take the radiator out. And then you take the radiator out, so now you can actually get to where you're supposed to fish your hand in order to reach the light bulb. But wait, it gets worse. You also have to go into the trunk or the boot, and you have to take out the tail light for the side that you need to replace the bulb on for the headlight. And the reason you have to do that is because you have to be able to allow for the wiring loom that connects all the lights together to have enough slack so that you can finagle the bulb out of the headlight lens. So you're looking at about 4 to 5 hours worth of work taking all of that apart so that you can replace a light bulb. Volkswagen, last time I checked, is charging about $200 an hour in just time. The light bulb is nothing. But just time, you're looking at $200 an hour. So imagine walking in to a Volkswagen dealership because you have a light that's out, and they charge you $1,000 for a light bulb. Imagine that. Okay? Now, at the same time he owned this, my buddy's dad owned this car. A 2002 Nissan Maxima. Gorgeous car, great vehicle. He bought it in late 2001. I replaced a light bulb in my Honda one time. It looks a bit like Marty Feldman after that. So this was his dad's car. It was a 2002 Nissan Maxima. Came with all the bells and whistles. It was in this color. It had these premium wheels. It had the spoiler on the back, right? He bought it in late 2001, and he bought it off the showroom floor, so it was brand new, right? He was an engineer, and he would have to drive 2.5 hours one way to work. So he would spend anywhere from 4 to 5 hours, 5 days a week on the highway. And when he was home, he wouldn't go anywhere unless he had to go to Home Depot or unless he had to get a car part or something like that. Typically, his wife, my buddy's mother, she would, she'd go do grocery shopping or whatever and so on, and that was fine. He was basically, he'd stay home, he'd work on stuff, he'd do yard work or whatever. So his car only had highway miles, minus like, I don't know, a couple of miles here and there, just city driving. And this was in 2010, so this thing was 8 years old. Okay? By the time my buddy Matty inherited this thing, and we would work on his dad's car and help him with stuff, because his dad was older, his dad was in his 60s, right? So it was like, okay, time to change the brakes, so we'd replace the discs and the pads, right? Or, the bulb is out, so we'd replace the bulbs, and headlights or taillights or whatever, right? We'd do all the work and he'd pay us for it, and that was really cool. The only major thing we had to change the entire time his dad owned this, from the time he bought it off the showroom floor till the time my buddy inherited it, was the water pump. And we replaced it on the weekend. It took all weekend because it was a little bit of a bitch. It was a major thing. But it was good to go by Sunday afternoon. And that was after, and I shit you not, 487,000 miles on the odometer. The only major thing we ever had to replace on this car was the water pump. That's why I suggested to go get a Nissan. Because that's insanely good. I mean, we did, all the small stuff like, the windshield wiper blades need to be, replaced, right? We'd replace the blades or the, brake discs and pads, or replace the light bulb, or, this fog light has a crack in it, so we'd replace the lens, or, the tail light's out, so we'd replace all the bulbs, or, we'd do a once over and, maybe check the brake fluid level, or, maybe put coolant in it and check the coolant, like just typical maintenance stuff. Literally the only major thing we ever had to do to it after 487,000 miles was the water pump. That is insanely good. What is a Spyro? Spyro is a video game about a dragon. And he's a cute little dragon, I'll be honest. Here, I'll show you. Spyro the Dragon. This is Spyro. He's a cute little dragon, and he loves to light sheep on fire. Oh, he is. What? Yeah. That was a thing. Hang on. Let me bring this up. Spyro. Let's do Spyro Reignited. Why not? He's a mean, cute little dragon. Ah, perfect. So there's these orc guys that are trying to steal stuff, right? You light them on fire with your breath and all that good stuff. You gotta get the jewels and all that stuff, and you can unlock things. And okay, this is cool, right? But every once in a while, you have to do it to sheep. He's also Burple. You can never fully trust anything Burple. True.
Oh,
Want to see the sheep? Where's the sheep? Give me sheep. Oh, perfect. No, don't miss out on sheep. There we go. He burned a sheep.
Cool, Flash. Do that again.
The artisan's boss is through a portal in the dragon mouth, but you are not yet ready, Spyro. First, you must complete one of the other artisan lands.
The blinking eye. Yeah, it's like the cartoon thing where, you know, cartoon character gets burned and they're just all blackened and they just kind of blink and go, oh no.
Where's Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
Keep your horns on, Spyro. You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragonfly following you is doing? His name is Sparks, and he's helping and protecting you. Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
Basically, Spyro is a pit bull with wings. Yes. And Spoiled, it's great to see ya. How you doing? You missed a thing earlier. You missed an amazing thing, and we have to play it again. We have to play the thing. You did not. Were you here for the Shadow King? I am almost always here. Well, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. So how are you doing, Spoiled? May not always be tuned in, but I'm almost always here. That's fair. Divine is always good. Tired as fuck. I hear that. Been there that weekend, this weekend. The spoopy shooter. Which spoopy shooter? Which one? The spoopy shooter. Oh, yes. So, that is a party game. And actually, because I know a lot of people don't know what it is, let me bring up the trailer really quick. It's actually it's a really cool concept. Really cool concept. Everyone I've talked to has been tired as fuck this weekend. I blame the Martians. Good call. Okay. So, this was 5 months ago. Neebs Gaming did this. We won't watch the whole thing, but you'll get an idea.
Careful! Hey, I put a lot of bullets into it! Can we get through this door? Oh, God! Oh, it's on me! Oh, God!
Oh, we just got summoned!
The main room is behind me! Ah, don't shoot me! No, shotgun it!
So this is what I was gifted.
I got a ball.
That's a globe.
I got a globe.
That's Earth.
That's Earth.
That's Earth?
Why do we have the little one? We can just look at the big one. Yep, big one's right here.
That's right.
Can y'all tell where we are? Space.
Yeah. Space.
That's not what I meant.
We have missions to do, gentlemen.
All right, so this game's called Species Unknown.
It is.
And we haven't played it.
No, there's some spooky stuffs. There's evil entities and spooky things.
Eeps, you look like a sad whore. I am sad.
You look like a sad whore.
Come on, guys. Let's go to the mission room.
Okay.
And run as fast as you can.
I guess this is it. It's giving me, alien isolation vibes right
Oh, for
away.
sure. That's the specimen area. Eventually, we might have to lure something there to trap.
Ooh. All right.
Okay.
There's aliens on the ship with us?
Not this ship. This is our main ship, but we have a smaller ship that we take to another ship.
And then we bring aliens back to
in certain missions. But the first one's going to be a little bit more simple. I think we'll just have to retrieve a black box.
Yeah, just learn to enjoy yourself, skank.
Wow. All right. Extract the data.
Talking to me? Son?
I think so.
Accept contract.
Is a skank like somebody who's dirty and a whore?
Yeah. Like
Guys,
me.
follow
Yo.
me.
All
Let's
right.
take a seat in the shuttle.
I've always liked that word.
Get to where we need to be.
Skank.
Neebs, I think you're clean, but I do think you're a whore.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, this looks great.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a $10 game.
Yeah, I was
Really?
gonna say we paid $10 for this.
So far, it's worth like $2, and we barely played.
Yeah, so far, you're right. Follow me. I know exactly where to go. This is my ship.
Sound like you said shit.
But I did not.
Nope. It's your ship.
And I guess grab a seat.
This place is a maze. Really easy to get lost in here.
Yep.
Let's see. Beds. Oh, wow. There's a seat for everybody. I love it.
We all ready?
We're all in.
This does look really
Let's
cool.
do this thing.
This is already my favorite game.
Are you flying?
I'm not doing anything.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You would
It's
think
a
with this
Tesla.
technology, it's autopilot, right?
Woo! That's like a roller coaster. God, this does look good.
Looks great.
Space! All right, where are we going?
Let's
Cap?
kick it into OD. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Guess we're not going to Earth.
Absolutely sober.
Oh, no, I crashed.
Did you really?
So did I. Oh, that's why it's $10. We both crashed.
It is a co-op game, yep. Now remember, when they played this 5 months ago, it doesn't have all the updates that it now has. So them crashing and stuff, this is like when it first came out kind of deal.
Head deck, restart power, black box, and then get it out of there.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
So we're just looking for a black box.
Pretty much.
First thing is to restart power.
And we have no weapons.
Not yet, but you can find them on the ship.
That's weird, right? That we wouldn't bring weapons?
No, I don't have any weapons.
But we all have flashlights.
Yeah, we have flashlights, and we have a map.
Yeah, use it sparingly. The flashlight, well,
You don't think it's weird we wouldn't bring a weapon on a situation like this?
I think it's weird, yes.
Yeah, because we got these great suits. At least we can have like a baton to smack something with.
Yeah.
Do you have a yellow... Is your visor yellow, Neebs?
Maybe. I felt like I was doing too much green. I had to bounce a
So you
little
chose my color then?
Need to get to bed early day tomorrow. Sophia, have yourself a great night. Thank you so much for the gifted subs and the hype train. That was very generous and kind of you. Always love and appreciate you being here. And we will see you next time.
We're on the ship.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Already, this looks great. A big pile of blood and mess.
Yep. All right, yeah.
Oh, yeah. What happened to this guy? Hey, buddy, you okay? He's dead.
Okay.
So we gotta find the command deck, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Dora, I'm with you.
Yeah, follow me.
Taking it slow and easy.
Slow and slippery.
Where's the command deck?
We're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, come take a look at this. There's a bunch of these around the ship that will open up when we turn the power back on, these things.
Yeah?
we're going to want to activate all of them because that gives us chances to respawn. Every one of those we turn on is one more chance to respawn.
Oh, good. So we can die. I like
Yep.
it. So we have to turn the power on first.
Yep, which will be up here. Follow me. Okay, here we are at the command
deck.
Something ate this guy's face.
Yeah, whatever we're dealing with here loves eating face.
They loves face. Yeah.
Face eating. Okay, Simon, you're just going to carry that around, huh?
I'm gonna drop it. How do I drop it?
I don't know.
I think it's G.
Yep, that's it. Be careful. It's
There's
an
got to be a way to
explosive.
restart the power system.
Are
in
you
here,
ready?
would think.
Yes.
Here we go. We're going to restore, and now we're going to have...
Oh yeah, there we go. Power. Oh sweet. And here's a map of the place.
Save your lights. Let's see where
Gotcha.
that black box...
So this looks cool.
Shuttle Bay. That's where we came from. Okay, black box. Where are we? We are.
Two of us should go back and reset that spawn point.
Yeah, we're at the cross, the pot cross.
That's a great idea,
Oh,
Neebs.
you see where it is blinking up there?
What'd you say, Neebs?
I said two of us should go set that spawn point up.
Well, there's a bunch of spawn points.
Okay.
We'll be passing them.
Fine. If we don't, though, you'll never hear the end of it from me.
All right, this is great. We've spent way too much time here.
You're right.
Shall we?
Yeah. Hold on. I want to look at this specimen codex.
Okay.
To see what we might be dealing with. Let's see. Murder method. This creature shoots its victims, decapitates.
Aha! So ID 07.
Ooh.
So type ethereal. Murder method devours the faces of victims. Only attacks if looked at and moves silently.
It's like an Enderman. Listen, if this thing attacks you, it's going to try to force you to look at it. Fight it, okay?
Fight it?
Keep, not fight it, but keep looking away from it.
Right, always look away.
It's
Wow.
going to try to turn you toward it.
And also freezing forces it to materialize. So if we can freeze the fucker.
Yeah, well, we'll see what we can find out there. We just need that black box. This is an easy mission.
I know how to get to it. I'll be the navigator.
So yeah, there's a lot to do in this game. I want to show you when shit goes, like, bad. Because they do get weapons and stuff like that, and that's cool. Oh, perfect. So this is the thing that eats faces, right? And they froze it, and it shows up.
Oh god! Oh god!
Careful!
Okay, I put a lot of bullets into it.
Don't look at. Wait, is it too low? Oh,
Okay, now don't look at it. Now don't look at it. We're not supposed to kill it. I thought we weren't supposed to shoot it.
He shot it.
I shot it, and I froze it.
I don't know if you killed it or if it vanished.
Woo. See how badass I was, Lee?
That was really awesome. I wish I could find a gun too. How'd you freeze it?
There was a canister I saw on the ground that was blue.
A blue canister.
This is called Species Unknown. It's a co-op game, Corgi. And it was gifted to me the other night by Skydragon. And it is one that I am looking to play for sure. But we got to finish Cat Game first. But yeah, we were just looking at how it works.
Well, I'm sure it explodes, right?
Well,
Okay?
Yeah, it explodes. Can I get you up? Oh shit. He'll respawn, right? He's fine?
I should.
Sweet.
Hey guys, the respawn works. I'm in a capsule.
Oh, good.
Welcome back. Man.
Where are you guys?
Crew quarters.
Crew quarters.
Crew quarters, yep. Okay, so we only need one more. Which way did you go here? Which way haven't you?
I haven't checked some of these rooms here at the end.
But did you break off to the left here?
Yeah, I brought off to the left, checked all those rooms.
Okay.
So we need what? One more? Two
One more,
keycards?
one more.
Just one more, just one more. Oh, found it.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. All right, come on, here we go.
So how do you use this freeze? Do you click and then throw it?
I shot it.
So you did use your SMG.
Oh, you dropped this and then you shot it. How did my thing blow up? Did you shoot my thing?
Yeah.
You shot my thing.
Yeah, I wanted to see if it blew up. Oh God, the thing's right behind you, Neve.
I feel it. He's trying to turn me.
Don't look at
No.
it. Don't look at
Stop
it.
it.
Don't look
Yup.
at it.
Yep.
I can
Nope.
shoot the freeze thing.
Nope. Here, I'll drop it.
God, the thing's
Maybe I dropped it. Freeze it. Is it gone?
It's gone.
I don't know. I'm opening the door.
All right.
Here we go.
Okay, guys.
Okay. I see on the map. All right. First thing I want to do is get to this.
See, I really like party games like this. I really do. Party games like I call them party games, but yeah.
No, I gotta get to a health thing.
He's way ahead of you.
Oh God! Oh God!
Oh, he just got Simon and he's trying to get me now. Simon.
Oh God!
Ah! Yep. No.
Oh yeah, there's some help. All right, I'm back in action, boys.
Where y'all at?
Trying to keep my face.
I'm right here.
Oh, hey.
So where do we have to go now? Let's see.
Get the black box.
Yeah, so just down here and to the left. We're close. Neebs?
I found a shotgun.
Sweet.
Okay, hold on, I'm coming.
Oh, there's the entity. Absor.
Can I carry this?
Oh, yeah. Is it messing with me? Oh, God. Yep, nope, it wants me. No.
No, I'm not looking at you. I'm not.
Shotgun!
I was trying to shoot him. You shot
We're
doors.
not supposed to kill it.
Sorry.
Oh, God, it's looking at me again. It's looking at me again. Nope. Nope.
Stop me. I don't want to look at you.
I'm moving forward toward that black box, guys.
Yeah, I'm right behind you there, Dora.
Okay, so that door's locked, but oh, hey, another.
A respawn point.
Yeah, I'm not going to use it because I haven't died yet, and I've got one waiting for me.
Oh.
Those guys should use it.
You're right. Neeb, Simon, get to us. Hey, I wish I knew where to find you. I think I just picked up my gun.
I think I'm where I was when I died.
Go toward the black box.
I am looking at the map, and I actually, you know what? I'm pretty close to that box. I can get to you.
Okay.
Can you tell me what, like, you in your dressing room?
Oh, Simon found us.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, what's around us? I don't know. There's a server room. I guess we're in fucking maintenance.
Server room.
Guys, I think I know how to get to that. I'm gonna go into the air vents.
All right, yeah, you think you can get this server room open?
I think so.
Neebs, where you at?
I think I'm on the stairs.
Getting the mission done, whereas most people just want to dick around it. Well, so this is something where it's very, very, very objective based, right? Yes, there is friendly fire. Yes, you can accidentally kill people and so on. But the thing I like about this one is that it is very objective based. So, it is one of those deals where, let's say you have a full party, great. But if you all die, mission failed. That's it. Right? So it's in everybody's best interest to actually do what they're supposed to do. Funny things can happen, sure. But it is very, very, very objective based, which I think is cool. Something like Peak is a lot of fun because you can still screw around and there is a buffer, where people can still have fun and stuff like that. Same thing with Lethal Company, same thing with Repo and yada, yada, yada. But this one is very objective based, which I think is really cool. I think it's really, really cool. So yeah, I do want to play this game. Absolutely I do. I can lock in as required. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure you can. Okay, so maintenance hub. Sure. Oh, this was one of the things I couldn't do before. Right. Okay. Nice. Ah, welcome back, Mittens. It's a pleasure to see you again. Enough jibber-jabber, cut to the chase. It seems my hip-slang dictionary has been wiped. Could you please rephrase your request? Listen, I need to exit this facility with a quickness. The main elevator is my ticket out, no? If you mean, will the main elevator carry me to the surface, you are correct. Excellent. But only if I, as the master of elevators, have the appropriate destination area. Which I do not. Darn. How might I restore this destination area? There is a data backup repository right here in the maintenance hub. Again, excellent. But you need clearance level of clearance level 1, which you do not have. Again, darn. How might I gain the appropriate clearance level? Beats me. I used to know, but alas. Yet another mystery to solve, eh? How's it going, Chief? Are you still mad at me because of that whole memory wiping misadventure? I can't stay mad at you, Susie. I got bigger fish to fry. Like how to raise my clearance level to clearance level 1 so I can access the data backup repository. Aha! I have an idea, and it doesn't even involve wiping anyone's memory. In the various files you've been leeching, one name stands out. Mandy Hahn. It seems she's the head of the maintenance department. I'd wager the spines on my back she has the authority to change the clearance level. So we send her a polite email and hope for the best? Are you a cat burglar or aren't you? You're going to break into her office. Okay, where's her office? Big Mandy has a lot of correspondence with staff in Power Control. Power Control is to the east, just an airlock away from here. Best guess is that she has an office there. Excellent. Your work in Systems Control has enabled cameras across this sector, meaning I can theoretically get into previous unexplored areas? Precisely. Before you head to the next area, you might want to have a mosey around here first. You may find more intel about what Flagrante Johann are up to. And if you need a hint on where to go, just ask me. Okay, so let's do the stuff here then. I don't know what that did. Okay, I do need level 1 access, which I don't have yet. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. Oh, that's right, because I need canisters, which I don't think I have. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, now I go down here. Aha. Okay. Ooh, more money. Nope, wrong one. There we go. Bring you over here. Good. Now, how do I get down there? Oh, there we go. Nope. Nice. Nice. Ooh, money. Ooh, more monies. To whomsoever finds this log, by the time you read this, I will likely have passed away from malnutrition. I tripped over a barrier and found myself stuck here above the concierge AI unit. There's no way down, only a pneumatic tube for documents. Would that I were as svelte as an invoice, but alas. I grow fiercely hungry. Goodbye, cruel world. Addendum, it's okay, Big Mandy threw me a sandwich and I climbed down. Oh. Well, good job, Mandy. Okay, so I gotta go through here. Road, I was halfway done with the Hound suction system refit when all the power cells went dead. Your precaution was welcome, as my boot will be up your message truncated due to excessive profanity. Road wrote, Mandy, a quick heads up, we had an issue with some of the old power cells and flow control becoming overcharged today, so as a precaution, we're siloing power flow away from your department. Okay. I've arrived at power control, Susan. Al fresco. You need to find Big Mandy's office. Get going. Okay, save complete. Nice. Team, it's time for the facility-wide change from conventional power to the new power generation process. The new power cells are much safer with a smaller outer shell. We'll be upgrading from the old power cell section by section, so you'll see a few old power cells around for a while yet. The current advice still stands. If you see an old power cell, do not remove the cover panel. Okay. Power required to activate screen turns yellow when activated. Okay, interesting. Nice. Piggy bank, which I cannot get to currently. if I push the chair over? No, won't let me use the chair. Okay, fair enough. The hell did I just pick up? Oh. Come on. Good. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what that just did. One of the new recruits will be signed off work for a few months. This is a doozy of a workplace accident to report. Learn from their mistake. Using too many drones as a pair of hoverboards is only worth doing if you carefully label the front of the drones before you strap them to your feet. Recommended course of action in response to this incident: stop employing idiots. I mean, that's fair. Split him right up the middle. So, what did that do? I think it turned power on in that pipe, but I don't know what that pipe does. Okay. I think I came in that way, right? Yeah. No, I came in from the top. Crap. Or did I? I can't remember. Hang on. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I came in from the bottom. Or maybe not. I don't remember. I might as well save while I'm here. There we go. So if I Grab this. I don't think there's going to be enough power, but I'm going to try any... Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Aha. Okay, this one has full power, which is nice. Oh my... Oof. That's not good. So maybe there's something in here? Not that I can see. Oh, okay. Just opens the door, I guess? Aha. Whoa. Okay. Oh, I gotta get up there. Okay. Fair enough. No, don't meow at it. Take it. There we go. There we go. Damn it. Whose idea was it to hook up the door to this section to a grade 3 power cell? I'm locked in. I need to scrounge power out of any systems I can find in the area. If this involves me crawling through the ducts again, Road is going to get it. Road is going to get got. Where the hell does this lead? Oh, shit. Okay. Whole new area. Right, well, let's check this area out first. Or not. I'm assuming maybe it's a timed door? No, it just doesn't have power. Okay. Damn it. There. Okay, so how am I supposed to get out of here then? Huh. Can I make another one? Is it gonna screw it up? No, it's not. Okay, cool. But now the door is up. Right. But how the hell do I get out of here? Well, now I'm confused. Let's see. Well, I know I have to put the thing in there, but when I do that, it doesn't do anything. That doesn't have the power. Yeah. That doesn't have the power to do anything. So I can't get through there. Oh, shit. Sophia was here earlier, and I didn't get to show her what I was doing with VTM. I forgot about that. Shit. So... the hell do they want me to do here? Right, but see, if I take this and I put it in here, nothing happens. Because there's not enough power in the power cell, which we already knew. Well, I'm stumped. Because this doesn't make any sense. So it doesn't have enough power for the door up there. It definitely doesn't have enough power for the door in here, which means the door can't go down. So if the door can't go down, then what am I doing here? And I tried to bring one from another place, but there's a barrier that gets rid of it. There's a Higson field, or I think they call it a Boson field, but either way, yeah, it's a Boson Higgs field. But yeah, there's a field that blocks me from getting that one, which is right here. Well, hang on. Let me see something. There. Here. No. Yes. No. Damn it. Oh. Wait a second. Okay. Damn it. Okay, put that there. Let's go see if I can grab that other one and maybe it'll do something. I don't know if it's going to do what I want it to do, but... We'll find out. No. That's what I was kind of afraid of. It wasn't going to do what I wanted it to. Damn it. And that's not going to help me anywhere else because there's a Boson-Higgs field over here. So I can't bring either of those this way. Huh. Yeah, see, this has, like, no power. Wait a second. If I do this... And it still doesn't have anything, but I'll give it a shot. So if I put this in here... But I still need one more, which I don't have. It doesn't have enough power. And there's nothing else I can do in this room. So I know I'm missing something. Oh. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, never mind. I know what's going on now. Keep brain alive, damn it, it's stuck. Oh, yeah, it will stick. Okay, here we go. This should be full now, right? No. Do I have to... Oh, no. Okay, wait a minute. I see what needs to be. Oh, this is gonna suck. So this charges it. Oof. Yeah, this charges the thing. Okay. There. Here. And then I can go put this in here again. Now it's up to 2. Now I take this. Now I can go across here, go to this one, take the energy out of this here. Why can I not... Okay. Do this. Go through here. Take that. Okay. Do that. Go in through here. Pull this one. Good. Take that out. Okay. Now I can go back around this way. Kind of. There. Yes. Good. Finally. Okay. Oh, mouse maybe? Okay, well, first let's do this. I don't need the mouse that badly. No. There. No. That's not what I hit. And I need to get up there. Okay. Might as well get these while I'm here. Okay. I need a moon card, which I don't have. That's kind of a bummer. Save, though. Nice. Monies? Oh, it's Roomba. Team, access to Sector B is restricted to keycard clearance only. Be careful up there. A lot of power cells are old, and their cover panels are prone to popping off with a slight tug. If you encounter an exposed power cell, remember the golden rule. If it's glowing and humming and looks like you shouldn't touch it, for goodness sake, don't touch it. I can't believe I have to tell people this. Well, you do. Hopefully this is the moon card. Nice. Okay, we got monies. That's good. Oh, more monies. Okay, fair. There we go. Nice. Oh, because I don't have one of the power cells. This power cell panel... This power cell has a panel that can be pulled off. It exposes the cell inside. I wonder, if I touch two power cells at once, what would happen? I don't know, but we'll find out, won't we? Oh, interesting. Okay, wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. Here. Nice. Okay. No. Okay, that's a diamond card, which we don't have. That doesn't have any power. Go Kitty halves. Yes. How you doing, Crit? How are things? Sorry, Road, you know that's classified. And he wrote, Nadia, we're most of the way through the power cell update. It's been an effort, but we'll get there soon enough. You want to tell me what this new power generation process is? About to pass out. I guess I thought you were almost done with the game last night. You still have some more content. That's cool. Oh yeah, there's a bunch. In all honesty, I'm surprised how long this game is. Not that that's a bad thing at all, but yeah. Well, it turns out being in two places at once turns me into an electricity conduit. Meaning, I can transfer energy from one power cell to another just by touch. Does that sting a little? My fur stands on end a bit, but aside from that, it's quite invigorating. Okay, so let's see. What do I have to do here? Do this. Shocking. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. I see. Nice. Damn it. Oh, I know why. Okay. And I have to get... Okay, I think I know what I gotta do. So I go back up here. Touch that one. Touch that one. Nice. There. There. Here. Good. But what was it that accomplished? So if I do this, right? Yeah, see, I didn't think that was gonna do me much good. Oh, wait. Hang on. Because I have this, right? So now I can do this. Shit. Hang on. Here. Here. There we go. Much better. Oh, save. I don't think I'll be able to reach this. No, not yet anyway. Do that. Do that. Nice. Wait for it to come back around. There we go. Okay. Get the monies. Can't climb up there just yet. So how are things with you, Crit? How'd your day go? Guys, we gotta be careful with these old power cells in the next sector. Anytime there's an irregularity in the power substation regulator, we get surges of power and the cells overcharge. Overcharged power cells are extremely dangerous. If you see a power cell with a glitched out screen, keep away. Remember what Curiosity did to the Redacted. Apparently somebody doesn't like cats. That's what I'm getting out of this. Okay. Susan, access to the next sector is off limits. Any insights? That big door up ahead is for maintenance access. If there's an issue in the next sector, that door will open to allow the maintenance team to fix it. This area is a routing station for 4 substations, so if you redirect the power in these 4 substations and reroute them into the next sector, we can raise the power there to dangerously high levels, causing a maintenance emergency and opening the door ahead. Precisely. So solve 4 puzzles to progress. Pretty much. Get going, Mittens. Of course. God damn it. Okay, Mittens, this is a power substation. There will be a main power cell surrounded by a paint line on the floor. You need to bring it up to the required power level. Once you reach the power threshold, the green lights will flash. That's your cue to go back to the entry room and engage power transfer. Got that? Good. Get puzzle solving. I wonder if this... It does. Okay, cool. But... How the hell am I... You Shadowcat, I feel a little attacked by that last memo you read. Which one? Oh, wait. Shh. shit. I see. Okay, well that's gonna be a... no, actually, hang on. Okay, good. Nice. There. Now... I can go here. Then I can go here. Nice. But if... yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Huh. Ooh, so how'd your day go, Crit? Oh yeah, while I have you, I can actually show you a thing here really quick. Was busy but okay? That's fair. I can show you something really quick, because we are coming up on the end anyway. Let me bring this up. So, Vampire the Masquerade, we talked about it a while ago. It's in progress, and I'll show you that in a second. But to answer your question, this weekend, I didn't get a whole lot of sleep. At all, really. So Friday night, didn't really sleep all that much. Woke up, tired, had to do some stuff. Went through the day as best I could. Until, like, I don't know, almost midday. Tried to take a nap, woke up, and got a message from somebody and helped them out for a little bit. Tried to take another nap. Kind of got a little bit. Streamed. Then I was up basically all night into Sunday because I just couldn't sleep for the life of me. And then did a bunch of running around yesterday and was dead tired by the time all was said and done. So I passed out for like 13 hours, something like that. Then woke up about 10 minutes before I was supposed to do something. So then ran and did that. Took a little bit of a nap, was able to get a little bit more of a nap in after, you know, setting up dinner and everything, in the morning. And then, yeah, had dinner, came on here, but to make things a little bit more complicated, unfortunately, this weekend kind of had like a gloomy cloud over it. Sadly, pretty alive for not sleeping on Saturday. Oh yeah. But yeah, there was a little bit of a gloomy cloud. Unfortunately, my uncle's dog, we think she ate something. We're not entirely sure what, but she wasn't doing good over the weekend. And unfortunately, the only vet that was available was a 2-hour drive away. And it would have cost like $1,000 to have her looked at, so we had to wait until today. But unfortunately, she wasn't even able to make it into the car when it came to getting her over there. So she sadly passed. I feel bad for him, definitely, and I know he's kind of going through it and grieving and stuff like that. So it was kind of a gloomy cloud today. You know what I mean? So it was just, it kind of felt like today was kind of just a continuation of being tired, you know? But there's always tomorrow, you know? Yeah, sorry to hear for your uncle. Yeah. Yeah, and understandably he's going through it, and it's a big loss, and I get it. But there's always tomorrow. So we'll see how things go. That's really all we can do, unfortunately, is just keep moving forward, you know? So we'll, you know, we'll figure stuff out. But yeah, just one of those starts to the day, and I, from what everybody's basically said, it's kind of been one of those we're tired things, you know, which understandable. But here's the thing I wanted to show you, because I've only got like a couple more minutes and then I'm leaving anyway. So Vampire the Masquerade, right? It is still in the works. I basically decided the best way to go about it would be to use Tabletop Simulator, because it has the best things available. The only thing people would need is literally Tabletop Simulator. I looked at Roll20. Roll20 is a subscription-based thing, and even though it does have really good stuff, I believe it not only requires the DM in order to be subscribed, but it very well may also require everybody else to be subscribed to. So, But Tabletop Simulator has stuff for Vampire already set up. So it does have this. So right now, this one is set up for 6 people plus the DM over here. It does have a map layout. It has fillable character sheets. The map is cool. I don't know how to set that stuff up, but I'll have to figure that out. Storyteller screen. It's got markers. It's got storyteller space, which is really, really nice. It's got vampire dice. So yeah, really, really cool. But what I'm trying to look into, because I want to make this as easy and as interesting for everybody, not just the players, but you guys as well, is I want to see if there is a way to take maybe this map and make it 3D. And I know that that's a tall order and a very tall ask, but to see if maybe it can be doable. If not, then what I can do is when something comes out, and I'll show that to you in a second, I can make dioramas and then possibly take pictures of those dioramas in certain areas that I want to, you know, make stuff for, take pictures, and then hopefully be able to import it into this, which would be kind of cool, and then players could put their markers or whatever wherever they need. But this is the thing that I was looking at to make dioramas.
There's just something about a cyberpunk city at night. The neon glow, the pouring rain, that feeling that every nook holds a story. In our small cyberpunk diorama game, there's no pressure, no goals, just vibes. Kick back and build a cozy corner in a city that feels alive. Dress it with handcrafted props. Place people into your world. Then
Oh,
sit
yeah.
back and just admire your creation. Cozy isn't always sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes it glows. Welcome to Midnight Moments.
So that's an idea, right? But we'll see. I need to look more into Tabletop Simulator, see exactly what can be done and so on with maps and what have you, and see if I can come up with something. Either way, it's going to take a lot of work, and I was talking to Sober and a couple other people about this. The biggest thing, and this is like the last thing I'll touch on, and then I'm calling it, is obviously people, right? You have to make sure everybody can show up at a certain time, and real life always comes first, so you have to have kind of a backup plan, not only if you plan on still gaming, you know, still doing it each week, even if 1 or 2 people are gone, but also a backup plan if, say, there's a bunch of people that won't be able to make it. And then on top of that, I don't want to send the stuff out for people to start making their own characters if I don't have a system that I know is going to work and work well. On top of that, you have scene stuff, so like dioramas and so on, so that not only are the players entertained, but that you guys on stream are also entertained. So you're not just looking at, you know, a board like you saw with the VTM board, but there's also like more in-depth detailed things to actually look at. And, you know, maybe, or it could be a top-down thing, or it could be an isometric thing like this. It could be something else. I don't really know. So that's the stuff that I'm currently looking into now to try and figure out how I'm going to be able to put all of this together to make it a cohesive thing. And then there's also, everybody's got to get their characters taken care of once I get the system up and running and figure out how things are going to be done, and then making avatars for all of them so that I have the overlays so that you guys know who's talking and when, and like all yada yada. It's a whole thing. Whole big thing. So yeah, that's the plan. It's just going to take a minute. Pretty much. So yeah, that's what I am currently working on with stuff like that, but it is still in production. It's just there are a lot of moving parts, and I got to figure out how to make them all work and what I have to do in order to get things to make them to where I can actually get them to work in the first place. So yeah, that's what's going on for that. But I do want to thank everybody for being here. We had True coming in for 41 months. Thank you so much, True. We had Sophia starting that hype train, gifting out 5 community subs, and then continuing it with 2 more. Thank you so much, Sophia. That's incredibly generous and kind of you. And we had a lot of fun tonight. We checked out some trailers. There was some pretty good news tonight. Later on today, because today is Tuesday, so Crit, here's something if you can. Check it out, and anybody else who's been lurking. Today, when I go live, the Sony State of Play will have already happened by probably a couple hours, but we are going to be watching said Sony State of Play here on stream and see what is coming up. And then after that, we'll probably be doing more cat stuff because I'm having fun with this game and I want to get through it before we start anything else. But that is it for me. Glad I got to catch you. Thanks for sharing that before crashing. Absolutely. But yeah, that is it for me. So I will be back here later on today. But until I see you all then, thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty. And of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. I'm out. Bye, guys.